Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Papa, can you hear me? What do we have going on here? Alright. Turn me up in the mix. Some people are listening to the music, saying they like it. I think it needs to be turned up just a little, but that's just me. What does the program say? How you doing tonight, Linsku? Rolly? I got 2 viewers. Juicy could watch 2. There, I said it. Unless maybe his phone is not good. What we got going on today? We have got a cool scene, I tell you what. I'll show it to you. Here's the promo image I made for tonight's episode. I think it's hella cool. I'm only running this music mix because I haven't picked up my guitar yet. Yeah, man. Linsku. Supposedly, that's when you've got your most potential, right? When you wake. So if you've got something you want to do that's hard to do, do your Wim Hof breathing, take your warm shower, turn it cold at the last minute, and then go do the impossible thing. If you're gonna die in the morning, right? So get up and do the hard thing. Sometimes getting up is the hard thing. In my network, I have people of all sorts of different mental health demons. I myself have some. I'm doing great, buddy. Yeah, Rolly, I don't normally watch horror movies, but recently, because of Sojourn, and you'll see... Yeah, Linsku, Rolly, what do you think of this picture that I threw together tonight? But you'll see that it's kind of a cabin in the woods vibe I hope you get. I took a beautiful stock image off of Peckles. Yeah. So where's my friend Shouty? It seems like he's here, but Shouty, you got a mic? What are you doing to us, Shouty? Alright. The other thing I was doing earlier was trying to do this thing. There we go. I can hear something coming from the Shouty verse.
Huh, I thought it said spacebar was my talk to text button.
Rock on, buddy.
Well, that explains a lot.
Well, it's good to hear from you. And yeah, thanks for using push to talk. Unless you're piped into the actual stream, you're not going to hear the weird jazz synth music that we got going on tonight. But yeah, what do you find yourself doing on your side of the terminal?
Oh, just waiting for the snow to come.
Yeah, tell me how effed you're getting tonight, temperature-wise.
I don't know that we're not worried about the temperature so much as the fact that we could have gusts of up to 45-mile-an-hour winds, which will turn all the roads coming into town into a ice skate.
Yeah, but what is your normal, so that people in TV land get an idea? What's the temperature today?
I'm in rural Minnesota, so we'll be, I think, -6 before winter.
Oh, God. I was happy. I'm like, oh, I slept. I'm like, why am I so warm waking up? And it's like, oh, because it's 45 degrees today. It's been around, 32 recently. Big deal. compared. Gee golly.
There's-
So, do you find that a lot of people brave it, or do you get a lot of telecommuter culture as a result of this?
Oh no, it's Minnesota. You get your you bundle up and you get your ass outside.
You rock on. Yeah,
There's
you
there's
just
a
deal with
guy
it.
who snowmobiles to school. When I drop Kathleen off at work, we see him and he's just going through the sidewalk or the side of the road, and he's just snowmobiling to school.
Dude, that's something. Yeah, so did you get to check out that card that I did?
Yeah, the house, the shack or whatever
Yeah.
in the wilderness.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm not sure. And I share it on Discord. One of the things that I like about having the Discord here is I'm not going to share the high-res versions of things on social media, but I do here. And if somebody wanted to, I guess they could get to know me and steal my shit through here, but I don't care that much. But were you able to zoom in on it and kind of enjoy it some? Because it looks really small on a screen, but because the print resolution that I've been working at is nice, you can hold the thing closer to your face to see nice details when it's a physical thing. So I'm trying to get you a link just in case. And I want to show my viewers what the hell we're talking about. Our creations. Go back, go back, go back, go back.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about with like the little details. It looks like there's like a dog kind of blending into the grass on the edge.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I've just been doing this thing as a neurotic kind of opus to myself, because I remembered a storybook that my mom got my sister and I when we were younger. And it wasn't quite Where's Waldo, but the painter hid himself in it, and there was a spread for every letter of the alphabet, and it was neurotically detailed. I mean, how many years did it take this motherfucker to do that? But he put in the time to do it, and it was beautiful. And it's like, well, what can I do? I'm going to keep that kind of, when I draw, and I have a little journal that I got, because and this goes to, here's an art tip to everybody out in TV land, but one YouTuber said, hey, how do you get over the crux of not drawing every day? He's like, if you really want to art, then treat it like you would your cell phone. Treat it like a sacred thing. And get a sketchbook that's really tiny, like your cell phone, so you can carry it around with you, to where you're not the weird art student going, yeah, I love art so much, I'm carrying this giant sketch pad with me everywhere. Nobody wants to do that. So, remove barriers. And I've been doing that, and I've been using these sexy pins that I've shown on the stream before, little micron pins. And so then that's the style that I try and emulate in Photoshop. I made a special ink pen brush. But then I get a cheat, because then I can just Disney lines. And that's where it's like, okay, well, all of this area here, the black lines are now green lines because Disney lines. So that's the extra sex I learned over the years, was color your black lines just a little bit. Yeah, did you get to check out my Gumroad shop? I don't want to make this all about me, but I kind of have to make it about me in the first few minutes of my show, I guess. Also, this is a super special secret episode of Into the Night, because this is our first time purposefully broadcasting live this show on YouTube. And let's not forget that we're also joined by Sir Shouty. It's good to have you, buddy.
Yeah. Oh. That one snuck up on me.
Do you got the Netflix?
I do have Netflix.
How old's your daughter? You
7. 8 this summer.
I don't understand children and ratings and shit. I think it's cool that I'm recommending this to you, but you should really check this out. Bree and I ingested all of these. We just loved. Whoa, that's the wrong place on the Discords, folks. Delete that. It's called Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. I don't know if you have heard of it or seen a trailer. It's got a lot of character. It's one of the few things that I've seen that I'm like, man, I wish that I would have that I would have made that, you know. The art style is inspirational too, except that I'm not going to use their kind of eyes. Yeah, here we go. I'll link it to you over here, Shouty. I don't know how fair use works over on YouTube these days. I'm just snapping through the trailer, showing it off. Go watch that, everybody. I highly endorse it. We're not sponsored by DreamWorks, but what a day it would be if I was. They're cool. Well, what do you find yourself doing on nights like this, Shouty, when you're... I mean, are you still part of the PC Master Race for the most part?
Yeah, no, I usually play Total War Warhammer 2. Or I play, like, Castles and Kingdoms, or Kingdoms and Castles, and stuff like that. Little indie builder.
Gotcha. Did you ever get into RimWorld?
Every time it's on sale, I want to buy it, and then something else that I already own.
A big boy game.
Downloadable content on sale.
Oh, okay.
And then it's not on sale anymore, and I think to myself, huh, you kind of dropped the ball.
I endorse it highly because of the roguelike nature of it.
Oh no, and there's the mods are phenomenal. There's a mod to play. There's some mods to play where instead of like a sci-fi game, it's like you're like a dwarf holder or some stuff like that. I'm highly interested.
Yeah, so here we are, folks. We are now going on 20 minutes, and that's good for me because that's kind of where I want to sit when it comes to getting my stream off the ground. I've pushed all the buttons. Tonight we're getting syndicated out on the YouTubes. I'm looking at the chat again. I got to remember to look over at window number 3. Let's pop this out and see if we can't get it bigger. Come on, live chat. How about you load? I believe in you. Nah, man, it barfed. Okay, never mind. Never mind all that. Okay, so what are they saying? They're sipping coffee. Horror movies. Yeah, Rolly sees the cabin in the woods vibe in the picture. Yeah, if I could be sponsored by anybody, that would be hella cool. But today, let's see. Actually, we are sponsored by a few people. We're sponsored by... And I don't got a Patreon or anything, but this is something that people do sometimes. And I haven't really been streaming since, but we're sponsored by my friend Emma. We're sponsored by my buddy Nick. We're sponsored by Travis Robinson, also known as... Oh, man. What's his Twitter handle? And then the music dropped off somewhere. But... I'm trying to push all the buttons to bring up the latest pictures we've been working on. What do you like to watch on YouTube, Shouty?
Mostly I watch stuff on just assorted lore videos for like Warhammer.
Nice.
Random conspiracy stuff. The more ridiculous, the better.
My buddy Hensel and I, we mutually enjoy. Have you seen Townsend and Sons? I think that's what it is. But he's kind of like a full-time colonial reenactor uh, like living as a bushman in Tennessee, and like what Davy Crockett would, and deciphering old journals and shit. And it's really impressive to see how far his channel has come just from a production value. But then also, like that kind of, hey, Minecraft survival was a way of life for some people, and it wasn't too glamorous. Here's the kind of food we ate. Like, lamb, this bread will break your teeth kind of shit.
Yeah, I watch a I forget the name of the one, but I think the other one's called Gods and Generals, and it's
Nice.
It's they talk about they have a lot about Rome. They go through cycles talking about Caesar's campaign in Gaul, and then Caesar going to England. Like it focuses on the battles and what specifically started, the big events that kind of changed the world at the time.
Nice. Yeah, there are these dudes. Have you seen Crash Course World History?
I have not.
Yeah, there are these two dudes who are kind of prolific YouTubers now, known as the Green Brothers, and they've created a whole kind of alternative education system where it's like, what do you want to know? You want to know about this history book that normally would be taught? Okay, well, we're teaching our own version of it, and we've had professors kind of write it, but it's fun. I mean, kids can be like, oh, you're bored in eighth grade, just start watching this, and here's how we would teach it in college, but fun. And it's really neat to watch them branch out into other subjects. They started primarily in world history, though. And it's really neat because kind of a running gag on their show, they've got a sound effects package and an overlay for every time they mention the Mongols, because they're kind of like the wild card in history. Somewhere we lost the music. I think I might have just closed it. So, is YouTube the new streaming platform? Well, it is for tonight, buddy. I'm seeing if I can over time, because I've been talking to some people and because I've been promoting myself in a non-douchey way, and I've been trying to show up and what's that other thing that we try and preach? Be consistent in our marketing. Yeah, so if people come out and watch, I've had some good discussions on some role-playing discords. If any of those people are watching tonight, hi. Reach out through the chat. We can talk about anything you like. Tonight we're mostly probably going to draw if I can get my hardware to pay attention. Sit up and do what I say. I'm the boss. Alright, Shouty. Give me a number. Basine.
42.
Oh Lord, can we do it? Lounge Lizard by Purple Planet Music. That's right, folks. My little piece of software that used to tell me what song was playing is broke, but for the most part, all the music is Kevin MacLeod. He's hella cool. Hopefully I don't get banned from the YouTube on my first night. It's all Creative Commons music, though. Sometimes YouTube is still pissy. Still very, very pissy. Yeah, Twitter is a hard nut to crack in the social media field. I really have no cares to give. So, yeah, what kind of role-playing are you doing these days? Do you have humans that you roll dice with even in a virtual fashion, buddy? Sir Shouty.
Should I have a mouthful?
It's all good.
Occasionally, but mostly I play Magic. I play Commander a lot. I've got a group of friends in the cities. Try to go once or twice a month.
So imagine I'm an ignorant idiot. Not too hard to do. How's Commander different? I don't know.
Well, first off, it is the PC gaming master race of Magic formats.
Okay, hell yeah.
What you do is you pick a legendary creature. A creature type. They're legendaries.
Perfect music for this, by the way.
Any the casting cost or any ability on the card, you can only put cards in your deck that match those color symbols. So if you had an example, Tasigur has black, green, and blue color symbols on his card, your deck can only have colorless cards, black, green, and blue cards. And then it's a 100-card deck, and you may only have one copy of each card in your deck.
And so he's the
breaks
commander, or the big boy that you're playing as?
Yes, he doesn't actually go in the deck. He sits outside of the deck, and you can cast him at any time, you can cast him anytime during the game. You can legally cast him. If he dies, though, you have to pay a tax on him each time you want to bring him.
I was gonna say, like normal Magic, are you still on the battlefield with your 20 life behind him? So he's just
This is a multiplayer game, so it's usually a pot of 4 people, and you have 40.
You have 40 life just for standing around? That's cool.
Well, I mean, you don't usually stand around doing nothing. Commander's about going big or going home.
Yeah, but just to show up, you slap down 2 20-sided dice for your life.
Yeah, that's
and
the base.
You get this big badass lieutenant card between you and your opponents.
Well, I mean, I have a deck. I never cast my commander. He has a ability where when he's sitting in the command zone, where I gain life every turn, and there's almost no reason for me to ever cast him because that deck I just blow everything up consistently. About once every 2 or 3 turns, I usually wipe the board of everything, and then hide behind all of my douchebag.
I admit that I'm ignorant, but in the echelon of power or how they stack up on the battlefield, how is a commander different from a planeswalker? Because I know that they have planeswalker cards now. Back when I played Magic, they were just a cool idea.
They're different card types. Some planeswalkers, there are a handful of them. I think 7 or 8. I think 8 were specially made to be your commander, but they have to have that rule printed on the card.
Is planeswalker now a keyword that in itself has a bunch of bullshit bundled in with it?
I mean, it's a type, it's a keyword, it's a type of card. It just means because all planeswalkers functionally work the same.
Okay.
They've always functionally worked the same. It's just a type.
I was just wondering if the lore of Magic had gone on long enough that they're like, well, people should know what the shit planeswalker means. We're going to take a bunch of the shit that was on the card in previous editions.
They did a big story arc that took like a couple of sets to get through it. It was all about planeswalkers. It's called War of the Spark. Nicol Bolas, the big bad dragon guy from back in that was print. It's back in I think it was printed in Legends. Basically wanted to steal the soul, the spark, the soul of a bunch of planeswalkers so he can ascend to godhood again.
Okay. I mean, we all got goals. I can't thwart him for that. But most people like their neighborhoods too. Well, yeah, supposedly we're going to be getting an over-the-top Magic the Gathering style movie sometime soon.
Netflix is doing a series.
Did you play any of The Witcher?
I did.
Did you already take in the show?
Yes, I binge watched the first 7 episodes.
That's awesome.
And then woke up and immediately watched the last.
Just give me more. Just give me more. For the love of humanity.
I like the other song better.
Right now, I'm trying to take this card that I did and mush it up in the background around this chick and see how that does. Just for the sake of it. This is kind of the thing you gotta do when you're digital arting and in the middle of the night and nobody gives a shit. It's like, how do you keep yourself entertained? Remember to hit save. And now we do the fucking Transformers thing, where the desk moves around, and I see if the pin is going to sync up or if I have to swear at my computer some more. In the spirit of baby Bill Gates, we cast our evil back in time upon baby Bill Gates for making such shit. But not tonight. My computer's doing fine. I'm trying to learn how to manage. Okay, we got 3 viewers. The Tinkle Time music is almost over. We're trying to whip out some character cards.
So is this a game you're working on?
Yeah, kinda. So, did you get to go to the Gumroad store and see some of the prints that I've been doing?
I saw when you did the things for your festival you go.
Yeah, kinda. I'll link to the Gumroad store, and I'd like for you to, if you got a moment, open it up. See what you can see. You can open it on your phone or your terminal. I gotta type in the Geeks World Wide, not with a .com. HTTP egg. There we go. That's in the plaza. So, yeah, what happened, Shouty, is a beautiful confluence of things. Let me turn the music down. And going to the festival made me want to make some prints. This was a couple years ago. And apparently when I've got a little bit of a deadline, I work better. I light a fire under my own ass, and we're off to the races. And so the first year I made those prints, and I took them to the hippie festival, and they loved them. It happened to line up with my birthday. So I was kind of like a hobbit giving out gifts on my birthday. It's like, hi, you don't know me. We were accepted like family. It was amazing. We love that place. We're going to do our damnedest to, as poor as we are, save enough money to go there every summer. It's kind of our adult summer camp. But I go the second year. I create some other cards. I try to hand them out. Yeah, it goes all right. And then some other people are like, no. And again, this is still around the time on my birthday. Being a hobbit, giving out gifts, they're like, no. We want to pay you for these instead. It's like, what? And it's weird because I'd kind of been sitting on a log in the woods like 45 minutes to an hour earlier, just chilling, thinking like, what if I had to sell these or wanted to sell these? So I had a confident number straight up. I'm like, I'll give you all 4 of these for $10. I knew it was a steal, but I knew that my prices weren't too... I didn't go to make money. But it's like, if you must give me money, I think $10 for this is fair. And it was a nice round number. Most hippies are like, all right, bam, bam, 2 5s, I got 10. Okay, we'll take 2 for 20. And in fact, that was a nice moment. A couple dickered, and I gave 2 packs to the wife. And then the husband chased me down. He's like, no, man, I wanted my own 2 packs. Like, she got 2, but that's not for us. Like, I want 2 more. I'm like, whoa. So I ended up walking out of there with like 60 or $70, not even planning it. But then I had a couple friends there who were doing their own photography, pictures of paintings on cards. And they're like, hey, man, you should do the shop thing. Do it. Just do it. I'm not a just do it kind of guy. Measure 9 times, cut twice. I mean, if you don't track it, you can't. If you don't measure it, you can't track it. It's just. So I did the science. I laid out a spreadsheet, and I'm like, you know what? This isn't too expensive for me to even just gamble on. In fact, my brother Rick gave me an Amazon gift card for $100 for something that I, and it might have been for Christmas, or maybe it was my birthday, and that's what got me started. I bought my first 2 packs of paper and all the shit that I needed to start doing prints. So let's see. Am I even on my own Instagram? I don't do a lot of selfies, but I dress like a purple wizard when I go out. I have a bitchin' long coat now.
Always dressed like a purple wizard.
Yeah, I have this sweet coat that I got from Savers. And as a result, and then for Christmas I got kind of like a side purse. It's not quite, for a hippie it looks a hell of a lot cooler than just straight up fanny pack, but kind of hangs off your hip, and it's just big enough that I can keep my prints in it, because the secret to this, kids, and I'll keep preaching this for free, if you want to do your own prints, this size is amazing because it can ship internationally for just $1.15. It's the international postcard size, and you get it by just one design, barfing it out 4 times on a page and then cutting it. And it's just been incredibly convenient, but I'm not marketing myself enough. And I have this nihilistic death complex for sure. I use it to kind of churn my creativity. And straight up, it's like, what's the most me every time? I really like that I have a game design head, that I'm artistic and all that crap. So this card is the start of something. Like, I have a little game that I've been wanting to make. It's very light. I'm trying to go smaller and smaller and smaller every time I fail to make a game. It's like shave off layers. How do we go simpler? And I'm actually moving away from Fate. Have you heard of Apocalypse World?
I think so.
Have you heard of Dungeon World? It's pretty popular.
Didn't we played that? Or I think I played that when I went to
You might
Gen
have.
Con together and slept in the murder room.
That's right. So as it stands, a lot of games. Apocalypse World was the first game, and
I did play Apocalypse World. That's the one I got to try out. Was Apocalypse World.
It's cool enough that it spawned a lot of hacks and total conversions, and because it was always open source, that was allowed, and so it's gotten pretty popular. But it's an elegant fractal. The way I came across it, and I was really kicking against it, is I'm dealing with a lot of the little dudes locally, and straight up, I want to get into more social work or talk therapy for people. Leading them in group hallucination or light role play situations, or hey man, you don't have to tell an epic campaign to tell a cool 5-minute story about a character. So one of the reasons why you find things on the card highlighted is because it's like, essentially I want my game to be simple enough that I can take it to some 8th graders and be like, all we're doing is talking about nouns and adjectives. We're going to spice that up with our brains in the in-between times, but it's like, he did this, he did that. What's really cool is, rather than 4D Fate, you just roll 2D6 for anything that you do in Powered by the Apocalypse games. And like I was saying, it's a weird fractal, and I'm trying to link you to something presently. The first layer of the Powered by the Apocalypse rules, and I've dressed them up just a little bit to have my own flair, fits on one of these cards. Like the whole game, like, hey Billy. And so the core mechanic is essentially craps. You're aiming to get 7 or better on 2 dice. And when you say, okay, that's how I want the pendulum of the entire universe to spin, how do we fractal out behaviors from that? And so it gets stratified into this table, which isn't too bad. But the nice thing is, no matter what genre of story we're talking about, all of your story comes at a cost. So it's like, all right, you saved the princess, but you broke your father's blaster, or you fucking need to eat 1,700 calories as a result. Like, I mean, at the very least, you have time and sweat. So it's like. So then I'd been kicking around a lot. Okay, well, what is my game? What is this game? Have you got to play Breath of the Wild at all?
A little bit, yeah.
I loved
Mostly
it.
my wife and brother-in-law. I gotta.
I love it. I love it hard. Did you watch Lost?
I watched a little bit. I watched a lot of the middle seasons, and then I kind of tapered off near the end.
Did you watch Dark Mirror?
I don't think I have an opportunity to watch that one yet.
It's on Netflix. It's almost like The Outer Limits or Twilight Zone, but it's a big boy version of it. Normally dealing with technology and how everything is going to lead to... So, it's fun.
I've watched a few episodes of that. I watched the one where they were... put that thing in the soldiers and they'd slaughter innocents because they thought they were monsters.
Well, I bring it up because early on, did you get to see the episode called White Bear, where the lady, she wakes up with a migraine and the world is like, it seems post-apocalyptic to her, and people are staring at her through cameras, and she's just running, and she's in a constant state of panic, and she gets to this weird, like, bunker and has to put in a secret code, and then all of a sudden the walls come down and she's on a game show because she murdered these kids. And yeah, I recently watched it for the first time only a few days ago. Have you seen Cabin in the Woods?
That's the one. Is that the comedy horror movie?
Yeah.
Yes, it is a favorite of mine.
See, so there's something there. I bring all these things up. Even unfortunately, Jumanji. It's like you've got this weird tech. We're in the game, but we're not. But hey, it's a serene field of butterflies. No, actually, the fucking G-men are underneath there pumping hoses of gas, and it's don't enter the field. Well, pet the bunny. Don't pet the bunny. Like, I have a map that I have here. And I'll try and get the big version of it. Are you able to alt-tab and see some of this shit pretty okay?
I've got you on my laptop, so I can see everything.
Rock
I saw
on.
your little Sojourn thing.
Nice.
And I looked at your prints too on the thing. I like the stuff I like is the scenery, because good scenery that can be sized right makes great Magic the Gathering altars, and I mean that's a good thing too. If you're looking at ways to maybe turn some of your art into, you might maybe think about doing some altars for some of the card games, because people pay.
Tell me everything
money
about
for
this,
that.
because I don't know and I want to.
So there's different ways people do it. A lot of them will take an existing card, put a thin layer of white paint over it, and then like there's just, I mean, they pencil.
Oh, I think I've seen a few of
acrylic,
those
like,
because they'll like extend the border and make some, especially those mana cards where those landscapes are just
what my
beautiful.
friend does is he takes land, because he dabbles a little bit. He likes to paint. Like, we play Warhammer Kill Team. He painted his kill teams. He likes to do a little bit of painting. But he took some of his land cards, and what they do is they literally paint, instead of a text box, they paint a foreground that blends in with the picture. So, like, just little work like that, people can, like, if you enjoy painting and it's something that calms you down, and you could sit down in an hour and spit out 10 of them, you could charge, like, like literally a card you can buy for $50 for $1, and you could throw a little paint on them and probably sell them for $10 a piece online.
That's nice. Yeah.
And then if you do a couple, there's Facebook sites, like I belong to one, where people, you follow the rules, and people will come looking for you and say, hey, I really like what you do with this stuff. I want to play set of forests with no text box, and people will come.
Oh, so then after that they'll relaminate these or put a sealer over the top, and they'll actually play with them?
Yeah, so that's the key, is that, like, these people are really good at, like, they paint so thinly. It's like some of the detail work they do, because the goal is to make these cards playable.
Cool.
And yeah, it's my buddy got one done. It's Dark Link. Someone Someone painted Dark Link over his favorite.
That's cool. So it's like, I got this badass card and it's badass and we all agree that it's cool, but I've also like Photoshop Bowser into the back because I love this card so hard, and every time I kick your ass with it, that's what the version of it I want to see.
Yeah, so that's what some people do too. Is instead of using the actual card, I mean, some people don't want to take like their only copy of like a $200 card and have someone paint on it. So another thing they'll do is they'll either order a fake or a proxy online and then use that to as the base for the card, or they'll just pay someone to someone like you who do a lot of online stuff, if they can get the if they can print it on the right kind of card so it feels it's the same size and it feels the same.
Okay.
You know, like the
yeah.
It needs to be indistinguishable.
Okay.
Is what it needs to be.
I mean, it's literally an art, so these
sleeves.
people are like, yes, okay, yes, this feels nice. Like,
yeah. Because the whole point is like there are cards where you have to put stuff face down. You don't want to be able to like cheat it.
Oh,
but a lot
okay.
of people play with sleeves anyway, so a lot of times it's not too big of a deal as long as the sizing's right.
Brienne and I have 2 decks. We hardly ever play anymore, but yeah, we have sleeves for every card because that's just kind of what you do. It's like, hey kid, you want to get into Magic? Yeah, take all these sleeves too. So yeah, I get it. A lot of people are gonna have sleeves.
Although there's a guy who we went to a Magic convention here, and there's a guy who specifically, the guy plays professionally and he has a deck that is just, he only gets like, the entire deck is heavily, all the cards are rated, heavily played, so they're torn to shit. He doesn't sleeve it, and when he brings it, he stores it. It's just rubber banded together for bringing it around. It's hilarious. Because the deck would be worth a lot of money if the cards weren't beat to shit.
Yeah, I mean, just accept your fate, dude. It's like, well, I still can kick ass. I mean, if anyone will play them, because they're from ancient editions.
See, that's where you get the money in Magic, is the old stuff, because a lot of it will never get reprinted because of the reserve list, and you can have damage, like a moderately damaged dual land is still worth, depending on the one, almost on.
So I gotta ask, because it's my buddy Lamppost who got me into going down this other fateless rabbit trail. Have you played the game Rhesus?
Is that the 4 gods, and then you, depending on amount of worshipers, they do different abilities, and you're on a map?
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah, no, this is just kind of a genre-agnostic RPG. You can print it out, real kid-friendly. I don't know. Is your spawn interested in role-playing at all yet?
Mostly we just play Minecraft.
Okay.
She absolutely loves Minecraft. She just likes to build stuff on Minecraft. In fact, she's probably better at Minecraft than...
Probably better at Minecraft than what?
Than I am. Like, she likes to get the wool blocks, and she'll make dinosaur statues out of them.
That's cool. Yeah, so I want some genre agnostic gaming to start. I'm not setting out to make a game, but as many times as I've set out to make a game, I've failed. So this time I'm not setting out to make a game, but I'm making these art cards that have these game-like elements on it, that there is just enough of a game that I could talk to you about that you could play a game. But I've hoped to crank these out with enough repetition, because the other thing is I'm not just bumbling into this. I see there are at least 5 other dudes on Instagram who are doing this, where they kind of make up their own little D&D characters or their own cute cards, and then they'll sell a fucking pack of these for a ton of money. So I want to make like character class cards, and in fact this first card here is based off of a girl from Heart. As I run into more little dudes, I hope to do all them. In time, and if they're listening, then maybe they'll know. Linsku and Rolly might even get a character card. A wink, nudge. But yeah, that's the hope. And because a character, I'm borrowing some things that I learned from Strands of Fate about like size. Everything in this game is super streamlined. Like everything is just a D6. So dice pools are like potential. Like a dodgeball is size 1, so you get to roll a die for it. Probably wouldn't kill you, but is it being thrown by Hercules? Like, but it's mostly just dramatic, because if Pendulum, like even fighting is not as much the point as it is. I hate. I'm gonna get better at saying this, because I've been studying a shit ton about Storycraft. Did you watch Rick and Morty much, Shouty?
Yeah, I haven't watched the most recent season, but I thoroughly enjoy that show.
Nice. Yeah, I've totally am in love with Dan Harmon's Story Circle, because he's written a lot about the craft of storytelling and writing for his time on Community and whatnot. And I mention all that in that I want to make that a little bit gamifiable. If you get a chance to play games in Meat Space, I have a game that I would love to recommend to you guys called The Quiet Year. And it's real elegant, because the game feels like a role-playing game, but it's not. Essentially, you and your friends are all the council of elders over this tribe that has just gotten pwned. And you're having one good year before you're pretty sure you're going to get pwned by the raiders again. And the raiders can be whatever big bad you want them to be. Werewolves, aliens, the Germans, it doesn't matter. But it's fun because it's kind of, you're making a mind map. Do you know what a mind map is, Shouty?
I haven't heard that term before. I might know what it is, but I haven't heard that term.
Okay, so it's kind of a way to start with an idea and go, especially if you're stuck going, I gotta make a character, or I gotta write a report, or all this shit. Where do you even begin? Begin at the beginning. When you get to the end, stop. So it's like, all I got is the British. Fuck. So you put that in the middle of the paper, you write a circle around it, and then it's like, okay, well, I think of fish and chips. And so now that's over to the side. And, I think of the Queen dying in a tunnel. Boom, that's another thing. Yeah, I went dark there, but so what? I think of Big Ben. And so what it is in mind mapping, you're just creating this relational data, but you're drawing all this down. You can do it with friends. You can do it when you're stuck. What it happens is this game, you're making a literal map. It's like, okay, well, the statue of the dead god Abraham Lincoln is on 5th Street, and it's about here, and Squanchy's Taco Shack is down here, and you might get little scenes and stories that pop up in that. But at the end of the day, your friends are looking at this big piece of paper that you've drawn symbols on, and you feel like you've role-played, but you didn't. You just made some shit up, and it's fun. What churns the game is she gives you a deck of cards, and it's got 52 cards, just like a normal deck of cards. These aren't highly decorated, but the game is quite affordable for what it is. And you separate them, and they're the 4 seasons. And you start in spring, and you shuffle each of the decks, and everything has a prompt on it. Like, think of a hardship one of the settlers went through today, and let's talk about it openly. And so you get to make some shit up, but as sure as you've just said it, it's become stuck in headcanon now. Damn it. So yeah, it's all of these things is for as much as I went to video game college and was fed, the ideas of how to do video game design. Game design in general is something that I'm rethinking a lot of, because it's like, it doesn't always have to have dice. It doesn't always have to even have numbers. I really like just straight up calling out that I think that role-playing is group hallucination. So it irks some people, and I love that. I don't know what...
I mean, let's be honest. Role playing is playing pretend, and however you want to play that makes you happy should just be good enough for people to accept.
Yeah. There's a bit of the social contract and whatnot, but we're living in big boy land too. And so that's the other thing is it's like I either get pissy that we live in a world where hashtag role playing is becoming popular, or I embrace it and I say, look over here, I'm doing my own version of it because Brienne works at a school. I might have an opportunity to actually interface with some vets. Yeah, I mean, there's opportunity to spread role-playing in a way that doesn't have to be Dungeons and Dragons. But if it also gives me the ability to have a consistent style and people are like... Because that's the other thing is that whole fake it until you make it mentality. I hate that way that's worded, but when you end up looking at an artist's Instagram... I have fairly low self-esteem right now, but it's like if I made a character every day for a year, kind of like Beeple Crap does with his art, if I could, because once I get this character card template done, I can crank these out. And they're going to have aspects, and they already have approaches. Did you see the stat card that I'm kind of working on tonight, Shouty? Let me post it down.
Yeah, let me scroll back up. I was the YouTube thing's going in the background there.
Oh, okay. Are you my... Yeah, so maybe you're my third viewer tonight. That's cool.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but, I mean, not that... Because I'm watching it through Discord, so I guess that's why there's like a second or two delay.
Gotcha. All right, folks.
Speaking of Netflix shows, was it Hilda? Did you ever watch that one?
Hell yes, I did. I loved that.
Yeah, Morgan was obsessed with that for a while. We burned through that pretty quickly. In fact, I really wish there was...
Yeah, track down a trailer for Kippo then and see if she'd be into it. It's about... I mean... The girl in that is 13. She has her 13th birthday during one of the episodes. But it's fun. It has a very similar tone to Korra.
I will say she really right now she likes watching people who do... There's a girl who gets like the the foam squishy things. Her fans send her in broken ones and she repairs them and repaints them for her collection. And she's obsessed with that because she's obsessed with doing arts and crafts. In fact, we got a new kitchen table set and we've turned this open room in the basement into a place, and we put the table down here so she can do all of her projects she comes up with.
That's cool. I mean, hell, the fact that you guys are fostering a young mind is pretty damn amazing.
Kathleen was always into art too, drawing and stuff. So I guess she just takes after her in that aspect. Because she sure didn't get her artistic streak from me. I mean, the most artistic thing I've done, I think, is I drew a family portrait of stick figures, except everyone's head is a button.
Everyone's head is a butt?
Yes.
Ah, that's awesome. Everyone's head is a butt. Are you remembering to hydrate tonight? That's kind of a rule we got around here. This is Into the Night within Comitatum, episode 40. We don't even know what the hell. And we're calling it the Rainbow Connection. I'm reconnecting with my buddy Shouty. I'm also making some art. Later on, I'm going to pick up my guitar and make it make awful noises. Kind of like Kermit the Frog, only better. So, what do we got? This little girl here is important because some of the stylistic choices I choose now are going to reflect damn near all the other characters I got to draw. I can have some variation when it comes to beasties and whatnot, but she's kind of the hashtag human. So I think last night I even decided that we weren't going to give her eyes. It's something that I can draw over in the 11th hour if I change my mind. But I like these dark beans that are, excuse me, they're kind of the staple of the some other art styles, kind of like Full Throttle. Did you ever play Full Throttle back in the day? Day of the Tentacle? Those? So shouts a lot.
Was that the one? Was that the car combat one?
Yeah, well, he's on a motorcycle, and yeah, there is a kind of a trench run where you're going on your motorcycle and you got to kick other people. Oh yeah, no, you're thinking of heavy metal? No.
I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but yeah, with the clown and the, what was that called? But yeah, I know it. I know what you thinking.
Oh, I know what you. Yeah, I see. I just looked up. I never played it. No, where you're on the Harley.
Yeah.
The big handlebars, and you've got the huge chin and the leather jacket.
Yeah, it's mostly an adventure game, so as much as the motorcycle features into it, you're not on it for too often. So the few times you are, it's a rather gimmicky. But I gotta change the color of this. I'm liking this blobby style. One of the reasons I'm doing it is it's not quite silhouetting. Like, I know what I want her face proportions to be for the most part. But here I'm building up a little bit of, you could think of it like a jacket. I just want to see these different shapes at play. This is already a little bit of a cloak. I wasn't going to make her a blue kid. I think my color for her was going to be, despite what this card says, she's going to be mostly yellow. So let's abracadabra the shit back out of that. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, we can paint with blobby colors. Blobby seems to be the word of the day, Kath. Oh, you know, automatically by giving Caddy this cloak, this reminds me of an art that I did some time ago. And kind of, see, here's how to not kill yourself, kids. Especially in a creative land where you've got 1,000,001 projects and you feel flighty and you're like, oh man, I got a great idea, or nothing I ever do really comes together. Every time one of your creatures dies, you gotta get in there and just like get pancreas or something, get the best parts and carry it forward to your next weird beast that you make. And so once upon a time, before Bree was even a teacher and I had the right connections, and I was thinking about the discipline that is known as instructional design, which is something that I'm studying and trying to dovetail with my role-playing game, because oddly enough, I'm calling it a role-playing game, but I might not sell it in a role-playing game store. I might take it to Gen Con if it were super popular or clever, but I would put it on the shelf more as an educational tool, and I'm kind of cool with saying that. Hey kid, how can you have an OC, and then how can you think about scenes? And how can you improv scenes with your friends? And how can you do it while you're trying to chill and or survive on Gilligan's Island, where if you dig too deep, you'll hit the world machine? I'm looking for a specific art. Here she is. Yeah, let's let this influence our art just a little bit tonight. Kira of the Air Magi. I already like my style for this girl a lot better. This is kind of, you'd go repost that repost meme, or do it again in your own style meme. All right, Linsku. Yeah. So this would be like that. I already am looking at this girl here, Caddy, and loving her proportions a million and one more percent. She looks more feral. And her design needs to stay fairly simple. Like this Kira of the Air Magi thing that I did a long time ago. It's nice, but it's busy. And busy is bad, apparently. Like, if we ever wanted to animate this. And do we? Maybe. If I start... One of the things I'm going to do if my print shop takes off is reinvest in my computer, because my computer is now a dinosaur. And if I get a better computer, then I will instantly start doing some things with Adobe After Effects, and I want to do some more animations. I actually want to roll that into my business too, like get paid to do some animations. Adult Swim, like 15-second TV spot things real quick. Caddy is not a fantasy girl. She's a sporty girl. And so we should probably reflect that. All right. Here we go. OBS. We've been streaming for an hour and 12 minutes. What are our fans in the skybox saying? Cabin in the Woods was good. So now when I'm at school, I can relax and speak more. Oh, by the way, I have the Sojourn list, but it has a lot of pictures, so if you want, I can clean it and then give them, or just give it. Yeah, just give it, Linsku. I mean, you have a million and one reasons to not do a thing. That's just, yeah, show me what you like. Yeah. Linsku, I don't know if you did hear correctly. Who knows? And so, yeah, as a creative person, where do you come up with your ideas? Kind of literally everywhere. Beg, borrow, and steal from the world around you, kids. Oh, come on. Yeah, there was a Steam game a little while back that I had an eye on that I didn't buy, but it was, I guess you play like a clan of Picts, and it's turn-based. You play a family, and like the dark snow comes, and political betrayal and whatnot. I don't know. The art style was raved about. Let's do some looking sporty, manic. Well, that's fun. Give her a vest. What do you think, Linsku, as we do more and more of this? As this character is developed, you might say. my man. Just trying to get a sense of proportion and silhouette and costume. Her vest needs to be more that god-awful yellow that we love about the 80s. What if we switch these around? So what are you up to, Shouty?
Playing some Total War.
How goes that?
Oh, fine. Fine. I just gotta decide: do I want to betray my allies and take their lands, or should I try to confederate them and make them my vassal state?
Are you playing Bretonnia?
I am actually playing Bretonnia. Their new characters. The last DLC was or the freebie they gave us was basically Warhammer Fantasy's version of Joan of Arc, and she's actually just a beat stick. She's just a beat.
Is there another boss that's particularly weak against her? Like, oh, she's super even better at fucking up undead or something?
She actually, her whole thing is she's on a grand crusade and you're in the desert killing Tomb Kings and vampires.
Nice. So,
and pirate
like
vampires.
some Van Helsing shit.
Think more medieval crusades with zombies.
Some Scorpion King if you had to. She'll need to have more of a neck when we're done, but I'm liking the direction this is going. Mm-mm-mm-mm. This is not even her final hairstyle. I mean, we're really just still exploring what this character could be in blobby forms, because that's the way I want to do it tonight. And I guess I'm going to keep saying blobby. Blobby. Damn it, blobby. She's looking a little like the hottie from Goof Troop, if you know what I mean. But every day I get a little older, I realize I might be more furry than I want to admit, so... The Goofy movie. I apologize. Shouty, have you seen Zootopia?
Yes, I've seen Zootopia. It's anamorphic animals, and my daughter was at that age where that shit was just cocaine for the...
Dooby 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 doo. Let's open up my own pin board and show the audience tonight what I've got in mind for Sojourn. I've got reference over on the other screen that I'm not showing off because, yeah.
So is it a generic setting, or do you have like a general theme in mind?
See, that's
Like, I think
that's the
really-
problem because big boys who love the Powered by the Apocalypse, they'll say, well, when you make your packages, basically your classes, you have to make love to whatever genre you're trying to emulate, basically. My genre is a little all over the place. I freely admit that, unfortunately. But it's got a general theme. It's kind of like, hey, we want to tell a story. The game is about knowing you're in a game. I kind of do want it to be a little bit like Munchkin. I want it to be free form, first of all. It's not quite a role-playing game. But it's a big deal, kind of like Men Who Stare at Goats, almost like Scrying. It's a big deal to have a scene. And it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, it's going to cost your character something to have a scene, but they might also gain something if they have a scene too. So in that other way, and talking about it freely, you're kind of, you're giving people everything that they need to think about their character and decide if they want to be proactive about actually playing it. There's no reason to get stuck because we're also allowed to tell smaller size stories. An encounter is allowed to be a whole story if that's all we got time for. But luckily we got time for more than we think we do because the dice system is really basic. I'll ask you, Shouty, you have a daughter, and I do mean this question seriously. Is it taboo to show a 13, 14-year-old girl showing off her tummy a little bit in a sporty setting, in an adventure setting?
I mean, it really depends on what she's wearing. If it looks like, proper athletic wear or something, it wouldn't be a big deal. If she's
Do you see what I have blocked
Princess
out
Leia
over here?
slave costume. Oh yeah, no, that'd be fine. I mean, that looks like just about anything they'd wear. I mean, hell, that almost looks like she's about to go wakeboarding or something.
Cool. That's kind of what I'm hoping. Yeah, she's sporty. Her main approach is going to be quick, so... yeah, I'm blessed that you and I went to Gen Con, and I had an old website that talked about that. The 5-man band. But part of getting into Powered by the Apocalypse, and when these graybeards who want to protect their genre are like, hey, you got to know your or their game. They're like, hey, you got to know your genre really well. It's like, yeesh, well, I understand my game is a little meta on purpose. So, but some of that I'm gonna find ways around. But they when they were saying those things, I went to TV Tropes. Where the hell else are you gonna go? And they talked about how kind of before the 5-man band there was the four. They're actually named after the humors, kind of like in the Prometheus game. But the four temperaments, almost like the movie Inside Out. And so, in fact, in my game, if you make a basic kind of childish character, clever teen, you don't get to choose to be forceful or quiet. You can put negative points in there because you get a point spread. You get 1, 2, you get 2 1s, you get 2 zeros and a negative. So you can't put, to start out, you can't put positive numbers in forceful or quiet. Do you, in seeing my stream, see the overlay?
Yeah, that where you're. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta change it tonight, kids. What do we got? 4x question x, and then it's the Rainbox connection. Have you taken in much Adventure Time or Steven Universe?
A lot of Adventure Time. Steven Universe just. I don't know what it is about it. It just doesn't do anything for me.
Okay. They had another miniseries that supposedly branched off of Adventure Time. We watched it. It was decent, called Infinity Train. And that was nice, too, because in that map that I shared with you, I kind of want... And as I'm kicking my prototype around for this, I'm thinking that I might give people like a default setting. So it's like, okay, you guys are on Total Survival Island and you're teenagers and you wake up there. Do you know each other? Do you have amnesia? Is one of you secretly a mole? On this picture here, you'll see that it is an old image we pulled out of the archives around 1983. A Happy Dreamtime Fun Mat. Yeah. It says, only the bluebirds are real. My version of Sojourn, or Sojourn, and how it's different from Powered by the Apocalypse. You know, what the hell is it called? The Haunted House on the Hill game.
I think it is actually called House on the Hill.
It's got
a procedurally generated one.
Yeah, it's got the Doom counter in there, and so because of the story wheel talking about increasing tension, this is why the card talks about when you roll boxcars, which is like a critical amazing success. The weird, the void, the wrongness of the world, but sits up and pays attention to you and tries to make your life harder because you're being cool. When you fail really bad, when you botch real bad in this game, there's a chance. Oh, and this is an older card. There's a chance that that a patron will sit up and pay attention to you, because it's like the comedy of errors. When you do some Charlie Chaplin shit and you biff it real bad, you might get a little golden Fabergé egg floating down from the clouds, all the Hungry Hams, to some respects, and this might be where it's too fucking meta some more, but I want it to be like a holodeck. But there are people up in the box office in the really nice seats watching you fuck up and make choices and have interesting dilemmas and so in that meta way it's like Prismo, the god of entropic space-time and hella cool pineapple parties, he says that if you can acquire a 50-gallon drum of pineapple juice, then he'll give you 2 extra tokens. It's like, what? We don't have time for this shit. Or it's like, holy shit, yeah, we'll totally do this random side quest that came down from this Laku Pete looking cloud. And it's like, yeah. This is a beautiful game. I've been studying, more and more people, intellectual role-playing game designers have been putting out like one-sheet role-playing games. And I've got one that I'm going to link to here called Maze Rats. I have a whole, the big desk. Where do we got here? Come on, Discord, load my shiz. What do you think of this map, Shouty?
Is it the one you linked earlier? With the number and letter grid?
Probably. I've done 2 or 3 in this style, but yeah, it has the red and the blue bird up top.
Yeah.
It's an island.
Only the bluebirds are red?
Are real, but yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, it's like, because I also thought, if the scenario, in the introductory scenario, it's like, maybe the character classes are how did you get here? And so in the meta-ness, it's like, oh, one guy is the scientist, and, he's logging in from his hijacked Blevco Happy Dreamtime unit. So the ultimate meta-ness, and why I want to write, I'm making it with this many layers on purpose, because if I'm bored, I want to be able to write fan fiction about it. And not necessarily from kids in the game, but kind of the crazy old dude who made the game, Arlo Blevins. And I want it to be kind of like, we all know that we played this game back in the 80s because you could just totally go to Showbiz Pizza and do this. And so somehow you are back in this game, or maybe you're experiencing it for the first time. So maybe the different classes are like, you've got the seasoned veteran, he's the 50-year-old guy who still has the pristine, all his tokens and shit from the old days or whatever. You've got the curious newcomer kid who's like gonna treat this like Minecraft and try and pet everything and maybe even die from it. I don't know. Because that's what this game demands. If I want that meta layer, then I gotta look at it as genre. I gotta look at the weirdness of that this is a holodeck, a game about being in a holodeck, where weird, like, oh, only the, what does that note even mean? We've been here for 4 fucking days, and you're telling me that all those bird sounds are coming out of speakers in the forest? And only, so what, are all the other birds robots? Like, one little, like, rumor dropped in the middle of a party of people who are trying to survive on an island. You kind of get what I'm grasping at, Shouty?
A little bit.
It's just good to have somebody to talk to.
Like I say, I'm awake most nights, so I'll just have to...
Maybe this might
remember to
become
check
a regular thing if you're down for it, because this show is called Into the Night because it started out as my talk therapy, because I have this sexy microphone and literally nobody to talk to. And my unabilities is what I'm calling them, kind of see me under house arrest. So, the social fabric is strained to the point that sanity doth weaken. Which is...
How have your health problems been? Are you still struggling through them?
Oddly enough, and maybe I'll... have I talked to you much about Wim Hof?
I don't know who that is.
That's amazing. Okay. So this is where all of my longtime fans and listeners roll their eyes, because they're like, oh, he's going to talk about this dude again. But the reason why I mentioned it is I studied this guy for probably 3 or 4 years casually. And then only last December, like when I say that, I mean only like a month ago, did he come out with a video on his YouTube channel where his method that I've known about, he's like, okay, here we go, we're doing it. And because it had this cool animated hexagram that was, grows. First of all, the whole thing is about a breathing technique. And why I bring it up is it has made my life manageable. It's even been good. I have to preach about what has brought me fruit. And the nice thing is this dude isn't selling anything. He's saying, even on your worst day, if you have no arms and legs and all you can do is lie there, if you do this breathing technique, you will have a better day than if you didn't do it. And the guy, why I give a shit is he is pretty much the world's first registered mutant. They call him the Iceman. He's broken a ton of records. One record he was going to set, and I'm going to paraphrase this because I don't remember the numbers. Like when I say I studied the guy, it's not like I remembered all of his facts. But this story is really cool. Like, he had to go from point A to point B to break a record under this ice. And his breathing technique allows him to hold his breath for a long ass time. It allows him to kind of fight a whole host of weird diseases. And it sounds like a lot of hoodoo, except that he has invited scientists and doctors to be like, I don't know what's up with this. Poke me, prod me, pay me room and board while you do it, but fucking study me. He doesn't care. And so they have. All this is to say that the second video he put out, and he's been putting out videos for a couple years now. I really respect how his son has turned his technique into a little bit of a media empire, because and at first I'm like, well, that's kind of douchey, because from the outside it kind of looks like a mega church, but he's not selling anything, and he's selling his time and himself as a little bit of a celebrity for coming up with it. But motherfuckers deserve to eat, so I actually don't begrudge him it. But it's really fascinating because this story, he's like, he actually put a lot of extra feet on that world record because his eyes froze over like grapes because the water was so damn cold. And what was neat about it was, that's the complication in this story. That's the tension. Not then he Sonic the Hedgehog out and lost his breath. He didn't panic or shit. He had tons of extra air. And in fact, he went off course because his eyes froze over. And they had to tap on the ice and stuff and get him back to the hole. And he almost, I don't remember what it was. He doubled or tripled the amount of time he was going to set out to do that day on a technicality because his eyes froze. As soon as he came out of the water, they thawed. But motherfucker walked up Everest in his boxer shorts. What they talk about with the key to some of this, first of all, you hold your breath out for a long ass time when you're doing this. Part of the endurance is you're building up the ability to hold your breath. And it allows you to fight the cold. There are videos that Vice TV and lots of people have done. He invites you to go and learn how to do it. There have been little fringe groups doing it, but you can sit in your chair and do it. And so for a crippled dude who's teaching himself to play the guitar, and part of it totally is that you're putting yourself in a controlled state of discomfort. And there's a strange beneficial mental health thing to that. It's not necessarily a form of masochism, but it's like, hey man, your body can actually tolerate a lot more cold than you think. And they showed how one of the secrets that he's tapping into primally is the sinew between his ribs is kind of heating up like a George Foreman grill. And certain energy stores are saved in what our body classifies as brown fat. Meaning, if you had to run from a T-Rex right the fuck now, we would tap into that shit first for your calories and your burst. And this is him just sitting in a cold environment, just kind of radiating heat. It's kind of some Super Saiyan shit, but it's weird because all you have to do is breathe. And as I've become more of a hippie, that's kind of the thesis for life anyway. I mean, you want to be good to each other and shit, but as an organism, you are here to breathe and drink water. We hate to say it, but food is a luxury. Hippies hydrate. Yeah, that's a good thing. I love it when Linsku, thank you for hitting me up in the chat and reminding me to hydrate. We have too many tabs open. We need to get to drawing. So yeah, the health shit has been up and down. My neck and back are getting worse. My IBS has become a manageable part of my life. It's neat because, and this is a dude who's, yeah, it's fucking neat. It's so neat that the new weird hippie purse has a back compartment where I can keep wipies in it. Because I'm a fucking adult and that's the life I live.
Have you tried doing yoga or stretching for your back?
Yeah, some of it. I am a lot more animated than you'd think for a dude who has back problems. And the other thing I'd freely admit, and you and I might have talked about this in person, I've been calling it good medicine. But, yeah, there are some other things that have made my life manageable. And, I can't go a day without that, to be honest. Right now I'm showing on my stream The Book of Travels, and I just think that this is beautiful. A serene online RPG. I'm not even really interested in playing it, I just like the art style. I say I'm not interested in playing it because I'm already pretty good at wasting my own time, so I don't need yet another game in my life, but I really like how they presented their style here.
Where are you linking this stuff?
That one was actually just something that I showed, but most things I'm just throwing in the plaza there in Discord, and in fact, there's that one, The Book of Travels.
That's a sweet looking art style.
Alright, so what can we say about Caddy? We need to start actually doing a little bit of character building here with her. So, I'm going to do a big old sketch layer because we're going on almost 2 hours. And we've been farting around. I had to say specifically in the terms and conditions, because that's the world we live in today, kids, that my stream is not for kids. It's rated R for ridiculous. And I might say some stuff that would make your grandma blush. And so there's a chance that I know that there are a couple kids watching my show tonight. Wink, nudge. I appreciate that you might be doing this, but you really should ask your mom and dad first, I guess. I'm big in Finland. I got 2.5 fans in Finland. That's what I'll say. So that's nice. Well, Shouty, do you have any, can you take a First of all, is that running in Steam?
Yes.
When you have a second, do you mind taking a bitchin' screenshot and sharing it with us? And I'll show it to the blokes what were here on the stream. Alright, here's the part of the show where I actually need to look at some of the references of those contemporaries who've come before me. Let's look at my saved, if I can. So I think some of the artists who show gear around their characters like that, so willy-nilly, and yet it looks neat, they don't care about the scale. That is to say, if I'm going to say that this character has a pocket knife, I don't have to draw it really damn small. But you know, it's all about culture and believability too. This is a dude who I really like. Let me link to Baudet. Some shit like this, actually, Shouty, is one of the things that makes me think that I could do this, only with my own flair. Alright, let's take a check out and look out into the TV land and see what we see. Close more tabs. Always be closing tabs, folks. That's our motto.
Yeah, I could definitely see you doing something like that.
Yeah, so he makes like little micro dungeons. He makes also, you know, I want to be doing
Well, especially like his little cards for his equipment. You could make a game where it's just, you know, you're a deck of equipment with different stats and you're trying to get through a dungeon or something like that, where it's just like you said, it's not about complex rules, it's just about simple math, simple color matching, you know, things like that.
Yeah, once I build enough of a foundation of a game, you know what I want this to play like? Somewhere between Munchkin and Ninja Burger. Remember Ninja Burger, you only rolled 2d6 for most of your shit, and it was right there, the challenge in front of you. Now, it would give you a difficulty, but here I don't give you a difficulty. You and I and we all get good at knowing the fucky bell curve that is in the middle of those sojourn rules.
And then if you had the pertinent skill, you could get the lesser difficulty.
That's right. Yeah, because at the end of the day, all you're looking for is a +1 is a big deal. A +2 is a huge deal. So when we look at this character, Caddy, and we say that she's got a +2 in swiftness, all right. Currently she doesn't. She's got it in flashy, but that's going to be for a different character. But if she's doing something swiftly, she'll probably succeed at it. But it's her job to narrate how she does that. And the dice can still F her. And then the storyteller, the MC, which they call it in this genre, I have taken to over the years calling it storyteller, or I like narrator. But the MC here, he is literally more like a referee, or a little more like the dummy pushing the pieces of the game show into place. Because depending on how you roll is a governor for what I'm allowed to say next. And I have a category of two things, two containers, hard and soft moves. And it's like, oh, you know, you lost something, or who knew monkeys burst through? I mean, depending on how bad you F up. And it doesn't always have to be pertinent to the story. It's like, now the story, you effed up so bad that behind the scenes, the story took a different turn, and a new gang is in town, and they're gunning for you. What? We just rocked that dungeon. We were gone for 3 hours, and now we have bounties on our heads? It's like, yes, that's what happened. It's like, what the fuck? So, but talking about it that in that way and laying these things out. And a lot of the game is bulleted lists, which is also nice because it can look nice on cards. But it's like, okay, here's what the storyteller can do. And you can play the game with just the 2d6 and the cards I've provided, but then there are other layers to the game that I can design and lump on over time, like special moves like feats or stunts. That's where things get a little weirder, just like it would in Fate. That's where you're like, okay, well, we've taken a normal... Basically, feats, stunts, and powers in any game is, we've just told you what the normal baseline game is. Now we're going to give you a chance to break those rules in a controlled environment, because we said so. I actually haven't designed up to that layer yet on purpose, because it's not needed. As it stands, if I get Caddy done to the level that I want to tonight, and if I just have her and the coop, that's enough. You'll have enough there to have a hypothetical. I wouldn't call it a game, but hey, you got this girl, and she shows up in this scene. She's got these adjectives and this gear and these 2 dice of Damocles hanging over her. What do you do? My buddy Roth said that if he saw that coop, he would probably nope the F out. Just turn around and leave. Looking through my all the stuff I've ever saved on Instagram, and I save quite a bit because quite a bit is inspiring. Yes, you too can have a look into the life of what it is to be an artist. It's mostly just scrolling through somebody else's work for hours, going, man, I wish I was that good. But then the only way that you get to be that good is busting your butt to try and be that good. It's all about putting in the hours, man. All right, let's look at the chat, because our friends of not... That's fine. Yeah, nobody's watching. But you know what I always say? I don't really have a standard for my show other than that I'm here. I hope that in the long run, a snippet of one of my shows might be caught in the buffer of some strange satellite 300 years from now, and someone will sniff out a piece of wisdom or my weird light, and it'll make them go, wow, that dude was weird.
Do you still play Stellaris?
Yeah, a little bit. It takes my problem with that is it feels like it takes hours to get anywhere, and I always want to start from scratch every time I fire it up.
Well, I was just saying, you know, with the new Federations DLC coming out, maybe we can see if, not a big group, but maybe if we can get 3 or 4 people who maybe want to play the game together, try and build our own little Federation of Worlds, and work for the greater...
I'm locked to my terminal quite a bit anyway, so to just say, hey, let's take a Saturday out, especially during the winter when we're all going to be stuck indoors anyway, and kind of have a LAN day.
I do occasionally get a Saturday, Sunday off, or a Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
Sunday's a really good day for me. I get a lot of Sundays off. Normally, I just sit in front of my magic table and figure out how to crush people's hopes and dreams. And I do crush people's hopes and dreams. In fact, I have new nicknames. Nobody calls me Sir Shouty here. They call me the Spite Lord or Grandmaster.
Grandmaster what? You broke off.
Grandmaster Salt.
Grandmaster Salt. Damn, that's cool. Spite Lord's pretty great too, but Grandmaster Salt. Fuck yeah. Did you play Tyranny?
I need to. I I played like a buddy of mine. Let me fool around with it a little bit. It's one of those things like I keep meaning to do it, but like I'm so busy,
Yeah.
you know.
It's one of the ones that I might actually go back to. I had a dude at a coffee shop who I love running into, and when
What's
he,
the game like later on? I mean, did you beat like later on? How does the game like feel? It doesn't get clunky?
no, it's not too bad. The storyline goes into some fun places. I like that it's, there was a word there. Oh, I know why I'm having a bad time. I do this sometimes. I'm wearing my hat indoors and I'm burning up. Yeah, the story does branch quite a bit and have a few good, high quality endings. It feels like a magical big boy version of Fallout 1 in a lot of ways. My favorite part though is because it's skill based, because it's like kind of like Skyrim. You are what you do. So it's like I want a character that is really good with axes today. Okay, well pick up axes and start using them. But I spec'd my guy out to basically be an uber nerd. And when you flesh your lore stat out, as you're going along, you'll just kind of have a better notice, kind of like fantasy Sherlock, and you'll notice these runes and shit that your character can learn, and the spell system is modular. So because you're already a badass magic user, you're basically one of Thanos' archons, and you get to make these spells, but it's badass because then if you are good at a spell and you make a spell, you're good at it, you can turn around and just have a session where you camp out and make sure that all your other spellcasters know this spell, because it's like, all right,
Hey, I'm gonna be right back. It might be about 10 minutes. I gotta go fix the arm on my sump pump.
you know what,
That
guys? We've been doing this for a couple hours. Yeah, 1 hour and 58 minutes. That's great. Let's take a hydration break. I need to fill up my water. We're gonna be back. This is Into the Night, episode 40, whatever the heck. It's a rainbow connection, guys. When we get back, we're gonna design more of this character together. Howdy, folks. I'm sort of back. I got something I got to be AFK for, and I've had a potential customer hit me up here in the middle of the night, so I'm going to have that conversation off mic so it doesn't go all clickety-clack. I am around, and then soon we're going to get back to drawing Caddy, hoping to finish up this character tonight. I just had... taking a break is good and healthy, and so I just had an idea that maybe we have the stunts here, she's going to have 2 or 3 of them, be presented as a merit badge. Or merit badges. Shouty, you back? Alright, Shouty's not back. I'm going to pop off. I hope that someone's out there tonight. Oh, looks like Linsku's tonight. Linsku, yeah. And I will be reading the chat. Tell me, how's the stream going tonight? How are you liking YouTube versus something else? What's good, buddy? What do you think of Caddy?
You back?
I was back for a minute. I'm typing to a potential customer and I'm refilling my water bottle. It's almost 2 liters, so it takes a while. I'm kind of around.
Okay, I should be back around for the most part. Is this room one of the ones that's not PG-13?
Tonight, yeah, my stream, I had even to sign a waiver, so my stream is decidedly not for kids. In time, I will have a disclaimer, an actual show card. I can be like, this is, and I have been saying, yeah.
My buddy sent me a meme about game design. I want to send it to you because it just made me laugh.
Oh, yeah, share that wherever you want. If it's really bad, you can. Well, I do have a not safe for work here on there.
It's not bad. Like there's no. It's just like it talks about an adult subject, but not in a perverse way. Like I'll just show it to you. It's not too bad. You can delete it if.
No, that's fine. Throw it up here on the Discord. I mean, there's not much you can do to sully the stream, so. In fact, because everything's so modular, let's just change the sound real quick. 1. 2. No, I just did it over itself. Am I a dork? Yes. Alright, where did you plop it down? There in the plaza?
Into the night.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, I ain't sharing that on the stream, but I love it. Come on, you say try not to do it, but that is what we are here to do. I don't understand. Why are we not doing it?
And that Nintendo guy.
Right?
His face is perfect for that.
It's like, come on, man. Why would you have me not do the thing that we are here to do? Oh yeah, here we got some upbeat music. 1, 2, 3, 4, clap your hands. Alright, Linsku says, YouTube itself is having problems, but the stream on YouTube stream is something new, and I like it so far. Now you have cutting out the middleman of having to post a stream to YouTube. You're right, Linsku. I don't have to hit a button to export this show after the show, because here we are. The other thing is Twitch is kind of nichey. Like, if you're not... most of my customers are females over the age of 30. I know that to be a fact. Telling them to watch me on Twitch, hard to do. Easier to say,
so Twitch is a bitch. Like, it said my 12-letter password when I tried to set it up was not strong enough, and I was like, you know what? Fuck you, Twitch.
I recently went through something similar to that, and it's like, really, my password was already very, very strong. You want another one? And it's like, finally, it's like, they're like, well, what was it? Oh, new password can't be the same as old password. I'm like, fuck all this. So then you back out and you just, like, fine, I didn't need you to reset this. I never needed you. You just made my life harder. That's all you did, Twitch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clap your hands. Well, luckily I'm looking at my Instagram on the other monitor because it just got very booby. And while I'm not against that, that's not what we're here for tonight, folks.
Real talk, though, Andrew. Now that you're playing the guitar, are we going to get an acoustic version of Mormon Jesus?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Mormon Jesus. That is technically my most copyright violating and popular. Like, I'm only allowed to show it because I'm not allowed to monetize it, but that's kind of like my most popular YouTube video of all times. Oh, here's something. You can't actually see this, but I'm holding it now. This is a little clicker, and it has a 4-digit window on it. And this is important. I need to just sit down and do this someday, but you're well aware of what Baby Cakes is, right, Shouty?
Yeah, that was that cartoon with, like, the brain fungler or whatever the guy's name is, and the Professor Brothers or whatever, and...
It got popular enough that they gave him a fully animated show called China, Illinois on Adult Swim. But what
we watched some of that back in the heyday where we drank too much Captain Morgan's and
yeah,
made some pretty awkward life choices.
Why I bring this clicker up, though, is I need to sit down and actually, the nerd in me is going to get a spreadsheet and name out the different videos and click every time Brad Neely transitions frames, because what he's doing is not animation. It's really just, next level storyboarding. It moves quick enough. But if you're going to do that, you want to have, I bet that it comes out to about an average of a new drawing every 3 seconds. And some of his videos are 2 or 3 minutes long, but they're fun raps. I was even thinking of calling the thing Neely Arizona, but I want to do more animation. Use the story circle because it's a heckin' powerful meme.
Isn't there? But I remember, like, back in the earliest days of animation, that was more, that was something that people did because it wasn't easy animating back in the day. Isn't there a term for that kind of
Kinda, and it's oddly enough, the big boys in the animation department do that. Those are called keyframers. It's like, okay, so I'm going to pose the action man in these 7 different things over time, and I'm the art director manager, so I'm going to draw these powerful dynamic poses. And then you get the underlings known as tweeners, and they are there to draw all of the frames in between the keyframes. And so essentially that's what Brad Neely is doing, is he's just keyframing, and he does it quickly and some would say sloppily. Whereas upon myself, if I can get a formula down for some character design pretty quick, there's no reason we can't create a stupid song over a weekend and then animate it the next week.
I don't get, like, why you would make a big deal of being sloppy. Like, it's a very distinctive Like if you look at it and listen to it for just a second, you could recognize his work. I mean,
Yeah, the
there's
other thing
something.
is the half of the charm is that he's a pretty good lyricist and musician. So the fact that it's backed up by music, and I mean, it has its own charm that will allow you to look past the quality of it. But I like it as a thought exercise, just on the not even speaking to the literal quality of the fact that it's more like storyboarding and not animation. So there's no reason why I can't do something like that. Some of the micro songs I've written that have made it onto SoundCloud, I want to reproduce, dress up, add instruments to, and do a short 40-second animation.
Real quick though, I totally believe that the reason that Tweeners is the name for that group of people is someone was blasted out on coke and giggled because it rhymed with.
Wieners and tweeners, man. About the drawing. Why did you choose those specific colors for the stats, like red? Oh, Rinsku, let me show you something. Are you still there, buddy? Why would I choose... Are you able to see this? Okay, here's my mouse. Why would I choose those specific colors, Linsku? It's almost like all my shit is connected. So, we got white, red, yellowish. Oh, look. My thinking has increased in time. These two lights are backwards. I gotta fix that. But yes, green and blue and purple. It's all right here, buddy. It's been there ever since I've put this graphic together. So what do you think of that, Linsku? Have you Linsku is just now learning the art of saccadic questioning and being curious and going, why is this way, and what's that connected to? And yeah.
Is he a youngin?
He is. He's in the 8th grade, which is that's one of the other things that I set out to do with something that's like whatever game I make next, because I know that I have an expiration date. I kind of want to make it a weird love letter to 8th grade me, because he's the one who found role-playing. Alright, the desk tries to transform. What will happen next, kids? Gonna turn off the background. Gonna resave this. Are you still there, Linsku? All right. Oh, that's right. See, when in doubt, this is why we play the George Lucas art director role, and we adopt such strange feminine conventions like Pinterest, because it's not just for recipes and boho miniskirts.
So, I mean, I consider you probably one of the better storytellers I've ever gamed with.
Thank you.
With that in mind, how did you feel about Disney's handling of the recent Star Wars trilogy and the seeming story-based clusterfuck?
So, what I can say, I can answer that from, I had a friend who's like, hey, you want to go see the 3rd movie? And I said, no, but I'll go see it with you. If you'll pay, financially, he's like, yeah, I'll pay for it. Cool. But straight up, I told him, look, if it wasn't for us hanging out and watching this, I would not choose to watch this movie. I liked that 3rd movie better than that 2nd movie for this new trilogy. Honestly. So, I wanted to work for Disney for a time. And I have cared about the politics of Disney and Pixar for a long time. And the names and people changing positions here and all of that. And this is really a weird PR, no, that's not the word I want to use, political. Like there's politics behind the scenes of, oh, this director's doing this and this director's doing that. It's sloppy. Sloppy is the best word I've got for it. because I know that there are Pablo Hidalgo, and there is why he's a greater mentor to me, and yet his name isn't on my tongue. Not Pablo Hidalgo, but the other one, the one who made Rebels and all of those other shows great. He's Dave Filoni. He's a consultant on The Mandalorian. He's even in a couple of the episodes, but this latest trilogy property just, it feels like it doesn't know what the hell it's doing. And almost in a way, if I cared more, then I wish that they would have got one more movie and we would all just agree that the second one in this trilogy didn't happen. Because it feels pacing wise like a lot of the things that happen in the third one invalidate or made unimportant any of the shit that happened.
So I think Rian Johnson is a good director. I think he is a god-awful franchise and or mainstream director. I think the way he views filmmaking, the things he wants to do and what he believes makes him automatically unqualified to do a movie like Star Wars.
Well, here's the thing. Empire Strikes Back was not directed for the most part by George Lucas, but by Ed Kasdan. But
in fact, George Lucas had the least to do with that one. His contribution to the first one wasn't nearly as much as people thought. The one movie in the first trilogy that he really was in charge of was the third one, which is also the goofiest and camp.
Yeah, a little bit like that. And you could tell that he wanted to do shit like Willow and whatnot is what he wanted to be doing. But the reason I bring it up is a director does not have to be the writer or the one who produces it or the one who makes a lot of the big whole cloth decisions. He literally only needs to be the motherfucker directing the thing on the day that it's being shot. But director has become, so, oh, he's directing the film. He made this creative choice. He did that. He added this scene, or he shaped this scene, or he shaped the story in this way. And it's like, who did he talk to first? Or when you get some of them going, I'm not a real fan of Star Wars, but I thought it'd be neat to, just get in here and just, work my creative magic on the medium. And it's like, shut up. Like, why wouldn't you be a little bit of a fan?
But he even says stuff like he wants to make movies where half of the people don't like it.
Yeah, and that's that's what
it's not healthy for a franchise movie.
I agree.
Like a movie like Star Wars.
The older I get, I wanted to be a tech guru and a just cyber ninja. And the older I get, I realize I'm becoming more of the shaman who rejects this kind of stuff. And I say all that because we live in a world where we saw a giant mouse spirit devour a fox spirit and everybody's okay with it. I said that aloud and I'm going to keep saying it. So, if they don't, shame on them. I mean, there's really no reason why they don't know what they're doing. If that's the decision they made, if they're saying, yeah, we chose this guy on purpose because he's edgy and cool and we knew he was going to do that to us and our property, fine.
They originally wanted 3 different directors for 3 different movies. That is the worst thing you could do to a trilogy. I mean, any kind of...
I don't have a problem with that, but set those fuckers down and make them do trust falls and make them know each other intimately and weave this shit together.
But you gotta tell the right kind of story. If it was one story from 3 different viewpoints and each director was in charge of a different viewpoint and you're weaving a narrative that makes sense, but like a trilogy, I mean, look at why is the Mandalorian so great? It had a decent flow to it. They really got the feel of Star Trek. Star Wars.
The other thing, and I've been doing this to some Netflix shows, but when you to go back to Dan Harmon's Story Circle, when you sit up and you see that a particular new show only has 8 episodes, I applaud. Because I know in the politics, I've studied a lot about cinematography and screenwriting, in the dogma and the politics of how these things get made. You know that they know Dan Harmon's Story Circle too. The Mandalorian was a tightly told story. Very well done. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. That little fucking... Dude, the end of that 8th episode, they know what the fans want. They know, the people doing that, Kevin Feige, he he's like that's when he does stuff that has like continuity and large fan bases. He knows what to give them.
Dave Filoni and Pablo Hidalgo's big fun has been the being able to reach into the annals of the tabletop role playing game, the old D6 one, and bring things into canon. The other thing that I like about that, in telling stories that have a baked in cost, I liked that when the IG character dies, it got meta in a fun way that I had to tell to Trudy and Bree, because when the R2 unit stands up, he is the embodiment of the ferryman of, Charon, Chiron, whatever you want, Sharon, however you want to say that, the ferryman figure. And okay, he's rolling down the river. Who's about to die? It's not any of the meatbags. Whose soul has to go to the underworld today? Yeah, he's there for the droid. Who, I mean, when you make that connection, I thought it was hella fun. I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, because like it added some like it's not a jump scare, but it's something that happened, and it just kind of, as you're kind of settling into this boy, oh, we're going down the river and talking, and then all of a sudden something happens in the background. It's just like the people who made The Mandalorian, they just like it's so funny that Kathleen Kennedy and the way she handled Star Wars was just like, here's the best Star Wars movies weren't part of the actual trilogy. Rogue One was more of a Star Wars movie than any of the other ones.
It was funny.
It's a little slow in the beginning, but that third scene, that space battle, is everything Star Wars space battles is supposed to be.
We went over to. It's only been recently, since probably September, that I've been in this Powered by the Apocalypse mode, and the crux of that, those dice says, a scene has a cost. It can be a tiny one. It's always going to be time, because you got to go through the scene, but it could be a big one. And so we went over to a friend's house for Thanksgiving. He happened to have Rogue One on the TV, and we got engrossed into it. And I was thinking about it through role-playing and moving through the scenes like Powered by the Apocalypse. I like when IG-88, or no, what's his name? K2SO. I like it when he dies. Because what he does, first of all, that genre is, let's move through this quickly enough to kill the entire ensemble. We've decided we're doing that. They're all going to die. Cool. Why? Well, then every one of their deaths has to buy the rest of the movie some momentum. It's like, okay, I died, but the rest of the team gets this. And when he dies, it was a heavy price to pay, but he won them. That big door locks down for fucking ever. It's like the way that it links into place. It's like, yeah, you lost your dude, but there's no way the bad guys are going to get through there. In fact, they have to now go
so
around.
Much of that scene too.
Yeah.
Because the fact that she gave him a gun, like the whole movie, it's kind of like it's kind of like a trust thing. Like, they never really trust him with that. And she, the person who he has treated the worst, they've grown together as a group. Shit's hit the fan, and she trusts him. She does what other people have done. She trusts him. She, trusts him to have her back. Like that whole scene, there's so many little things that make his death just impactful.
Yeah.
That add meaning to it.
Yeah, I mean, there are all those 101 little nuances to it that do make it even more impactful. I do like it. Yeah, I was saying purely from a role-playing and mechanical points, it's like, yeah, even though he dies, they're never getting through that door. It's like, ugh, fine. So what does that actually mean? Well, now you carry a bonus into the next scene because it's complicated. It's actually, the next scene is a puzzle because they gotta, okay, do this, do that, work the lever to grab the thing to which stack is it in. I mean, we're playing Dr. Mario over here while the bad guys are trying to come in through a different hallway. So my music died.
She would say that a lot. Is your music program on the fridge?
Is a big playlist. So there might be a couple files in here that when it randomly chooses those, it's kicking the... Yeah, if I go too long without a vibe, I'm like, what are we doing? I need some... some rhythmical input. It's weird because I'm streaming. I had to find a bunch of Creative Commons music that is fine. It's not exactly what I would jam out to if I weren't streaming, but all of that music I can't let my listeners listen to and jam out with me in my actual groove, because...
Just make them listen to some Power Glove.
Yeah, Power Glove's pretty good. I gotta see if Power Glove allows you to Creative Commons his stuff. A lot of synth waivers do. The other day, and I don't know if it was breaking some kind of copyright thing, but I was streaming. Do you ever watch The Chilled Cow or listen to those?
There's a lot of stuff I listen to, but I don't really pay attention. I just kind of...
Well,
I get on YouTube,
these
I'll
are
find something
low-high...
on a topic I like and just keep going down the... deeper and deeper into the weird.
Chilled Cow's made a name for itself being lo-fi kind of hip-hop music, good stuff to study or read to. But it's live. I mean, Chilled Cow will hopefully be there for us until the end of the internet. Until the bombs drop. I really like this style. Wow, just take that in. That's fun. Linsku says, did I get the pin board about Sojourn? Linsku is helping me out. I said, go through my pin board and regurgitate what you like about my stuff that I like. And why would I ask him to waste his time doing that? Well, it's kind of a double filter in that way. I've already filtered the world because I've collected this art in one place that I say kind of mildly reminds me of my game. And so Linsku took my board and made his own board with the things from my board that he liked the best. Kind of filtering it a second time. And now I'm looking at that. And Linsku, I really appreciate you doing this. Double filter. This is good. This is really good. I'm happy I came across this tonight, Linsku. That's your fault, by the way, buddy. Yeah, I love casual witches. You into any anime right now, Shouty?
A lot of anime. A retarded amount of anime. My Hero Academia is something I really like. It's oversaturated, but I'm into that genre where like you die and get reincarnated into a different world. Like
Tell me about this, because maybe that's part of the shit that I need to hear. So
my favorite one is called Konosuba. This guy dies in the most pathetic way possible, and the goddess handling...
I'm gonna let you rant, so keep talking.
The goddess handles his reincarnation is just... She's such an ass to him. And so she's kind of like used car salesman him into getting reincarnated into this world. And because there's a demon lord on the rise, none of the souls want to go to this world, so they're worried about the population. So they're offering people from other worlds to go to this planet, or this world, but they'll give them a special power. They give them this whole list of things, so when they spawn in, they start off as a hero. Well, the whole gist of it is spite. He gets so fed up with their bullshit that he says, fine, I'll go to this world. The advantage I want is you. And she's like, you can't do that. And another goddess shows up and says, oh no, you're stuck with him until you guys kill the demon lord. So basically the entire show is this guy gets reincarnated. It's a fantasy world. You get like, they treat it like you're like almost in an MMORPG, like you've got to learn your abilities. The guild gives you a card where you can monitor your stats and skills. And
I love that.
He is subpar in every way except for intelligence and luck, and she is God stats except in intelligence and luck. and it's just their misadventures. Their party is a girl who's kind of a masochist. No, yeah, which ones are the ones that like to be abused? Masochists?
I'm not really certain. I always get them
It's
mixed
that
up, but
one.
yeah.
So she comes across as this like she's like this pure blonde, the blonde, big boobed, American looking anime girl, but she's like a tank. She can't hit the broadside of a barn, but she takes a beating like it's no one's business.
Nice.
And then their other team member, their magic support, is like this. I think they're like I forget that they're like some people might have demon blood. So she's a mage, but she only casts one spell a day because the only magic good enough for her to use is explosion magic.
Okay.
So there's like an episode where they're practicing. Him and her literally skip out to the forest so she can just every day nuke this castle, these ruins of this castle out in the middle of nowhere.
To
So they
get
can try
to
and
get
her
better
up
at her
strong enough to
explosion
do
magic.
Two spells.
That's cool.
So it's a whole genre like that. Like one guy's a video game designer, and he accidentally, like it's like he's the video game he designed. It's like someone there's cast like and like the video game that he's inspired to create is like a mirror of this actual fantasy world. So he dies and gets sucked into his own video game. One of them is this guy was it's like that's the theme is you either die and God feels bad about it, so he basically sets you up to like to live a hero fantasy, or you're like trapped in a game that like the game's a real world, and you were just when you were playing the game it was like you were playing in a mirror of this real world. So like it's a whole genre of stuff like that, and it's really popular. It's oversaturated, but it's kind of fun.
I'm actually into the idea of that. Did you see The Legend of Grimgar?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. I know the name. I just
Yeah, and it's kind of like some kids wake up in a pylon in a mage tower, and
is that the horribly depressing one?
well, it's
Not
where
depressing, but
it's where yeah, it's not all
realistically,
kitty.
one of them dies.
Yeah, they didn't realize. I mean, and one of the things that I was studying about that show is they put extra frames of animation into the fight scenes to make them even more kind of fluid and just a little unnerving. And I really liked, have you seen the anime Goblin Slayer?
Yeah, I've seen Goblin Slayer. That one is phenomenal.
I loved it, yeah.
And I love at the end where he realizes his limitation. He wants to become a part of a 4-man band so he can become an even better adventurer. Because he realizes that being specialized is good, but learning more skills will make him an even better goblin. Like legitimate character growth.
Yeah, the Powered by the Apocalypse, one of the more important stats is a relationship stat, because and it's this simple, but it's like, hey, I'm doing a thing. Oh, you're my friend and you're helping me. For all the friends that you have helping you, you get a +1. Well, a +1 is a big fucking deal. So Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beast, she's a little bit of a Mary Sue, but it's fun. She's the socialite. She's the chatterbox. She's in a gruff kind of post-apocalyptic world where people don't necessarily want to be friends. And so by putting the camera on her, she's the character who ends up being the unlikely peace bringer. Oh, you have to fight the Bear Clan. It's like, no, we're gonna talk, and we're gonna eat honey, and we're gonna and I brought that up for a reason. Oh, because you're talking about the feeling of having legitimate character growth. And one of the things that everybody talk about in like cinematography and film school and storytelling for those other visual media is whether you want to hear this or not. And a lot of people don't like playing social characters, but all good stories are really emotional journeys. And this is why Pixar can steal your money right out of your back pocket. Because it's like, we've put googly eyes on a rock. Now we're going to tell you an emotional journey and make you give a shit about it. And it doesn't really matter what its skills or stats are. And in the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what situations we put it in. So long as we have decided kind of on this, is it a positive or a negative? How are we fucking with your emotions over time? Oh, they're up, they're down, they're up, they're. It's like an emotional stock market in story form. So then you hear some of these hard and fast rules, like it's, oh, what is a scene? Well, a scene is a little magic box that's a change machine. And however you end up going in, you should almost come out the opposite. And I'm seeing that with cinema and a lot of other things. It's like if they have a scene and he's happy, you know, if he starts the scene happy, he's going to learn some shit that's going to wreck his day by the end of that scene. And then to get another scene, he's going to start that scene pissy for whatever he learned, and he'll probably learn something in that second scene by the end of it that will alleviate that stress. So it's very flip-flop, back and forth, bipolar, but when you realize that that's a choice and you're like, okay, well, you had a good scene, now let's role play a situation on purpose where you fuck up. Oh, well, that's not necessarily dynamic. Well, okay, to just come out and say it, that's one style of game, not necessarily the role-playing game that appeals to everybody. That's fine. I've gone ahead and make sure the dice the dice are loaded against you. So by having that kind of tension or chaos or weirdness, track.
It's also like, so here's what's funny. There's a movie that came out, and it's not a good movie, but like someone said, Disney should have treated it better than the way it did. Fox made this movie. It was done in 2017. It's that underwater one. And the guy said, listen, if you enjoy survival horror movies, this one's great. But the reason I'm bringing it up is he talks about how it's a movie that the characters are there, but it's not the characters that drive the story. It's the scene drives the story. It's very much a movie where like the scene, like the characters are there. You get just enough to realize that they're characters and to maybe like a couple of them, but it's the scene forcing them, into the conflict is what drives the movie. And like I think that you can, like you said, you need to have like it can't just be one person grandstanding, like just positive stuff. There's got to be conflict and conflict resolution.
And what I'm liking about the newer genre of games is it's like, okay, we don't have to do too much to upset the graybeards of the old school to put a couple more little choices or toggles into our game that make it a little more of an emotional journey. It's like, well, why the hell would I want a relationship stat? Because it's weird, because a lot of nerds are actually not bipolar. Maybe they are. I'm looking for the word. They're introverts. They're not social people. But it's like, oddly enough, I was watching one role-playing show, and it's like, in almost every role-playing game that you play with people, if you ask them about their parents are probably dead. Because of the psychology of escapism, most people will just, my parents died. You pick a tragic event, they're dead, because I don't want to have to think about them. I got issues. We all have issues from our parents.
I feel that that's more laziness for a lot of people. Especially a lot of new people. It's hard for people who they go from video games to try and like Dungeons and Dragons for the first time. It's hard to really come up with something unique, and rather than the general like, bad guy did bad thing and I'm going to avenge him, or some version of that. It's also made popularized by a lot of anime and stuff too. I mean, that's like Goblin Slayer. That's the core of his being. Vengeance.
Well, so I don't know. Were you around when I told you that I was studying the Pulp Fiction format of storytelling, and I don't mean what Tarantino did. I mean the old school 1930s, 40s Pulp Fiction writing.
Yeah, like the noir style story where it's big on the characters and the setting's really important because the setting has to tell you a lot. Tells you a lot about the.
Here's, as I failed more at art projects and game projects, I decided you take it on the chin. It's okay, but you went too big, boy. Do it again. And so how do you go smaller? How do you go smaller? How do you go smaller? And so one guy, I was reading a free book about how to write one night, and he was saying, you should go smaller. I'm like, holy shit, that's what I'm trying to do. You're talking right at me. And he says, the you study the Pulp Fiction style of writing. Well, you've heard of things like NaNoWriMo, where it's like, let's get together for November and write a 50,000 word novel, right?
Yeah, I see you and Bree talk about it all the time.
Yeah, kinda. Pulp Fiction stories are 6,000 words long. That's not a lot.
Oh, they're like the old 25-cent westerns. It's just a very small contained story, right?
Yes, because they are for a specific demographic. I'm riding the trolley. I'm sitting security on a desk. I don't got a lot of time. TV isn't a big deal yet. Radio isn't always allowed in whatever setting you're in. So they're churned out. They get to be formulaic. And so, what's the formula? Well, you normally get a paper bag of a main character who is exactly what you say he is. And this is where I've been studying the dimensionality of characters. Like Caddy here has one aspect that says manic mushroom hunter. And what that means is she is literally one-dimensional, because I've only told you one thing about her. So if she does anything that is competent, we have to mine mania, mushrooms, or hunting, something. This is all we got to work with, kids. So normally you're like, well, he's a detective and he's a man of action. Well, what the fuck is a man of action? That means he's a dude who he gets frustrated and he solves his problems normally by punching. And so to lay this out, because what if I said to you, Shouty, sit with me over a weekend, let's eat pastries and fucking enjoy Captain Morgan's and write a 6,000 page or a 6,000 word story together. That seems manageable. So, first of all, the main discipline is forgive yourself that fucking 5,000 or 50,000 page opus that you're never going to write, because you can't flip that bus. You've never lifted this other weight. And so the other thing that I'm trying to teach people and trying to practice on the sidelines is if 6,000 words seems big, what's a tweet? How many words is that one? That's 128 characters. You can break it down. Well, if you break 6,000 words into the Dan Harmon story circle of, let's slice it just evenly 8 ways, that's 792 words a chapter. And it's manageable. And it's kind of like any nerd can do this if he starts writing a really fancy bio for his character. 6,000 words is not too hard to do over a couple days. And then if you find yourself, because you're practicing the economy of detail, so 6,000 words, you're not going to overly describe things either. Keep it moving, keep it punchy. Well, here's the last thing that the dude says. Because he's like, so it's called Pulp Fiction because they were so cheaply produced. Not good quality paper, just let's churn these out. The stories were samey, so samey that here's the formula. I learned some new shit.
A lot of authors also write under pseudonyms because, it's how they kind of paid the bills between their big.
Yeah, in his book, and I don't even remember who this dude is that I keep talking about, who talked about this Pulp Fiction thing, but he mentions this one author and he invites you to go check him out. And he wrote over 3,000 books in his life. But, what are we calling a book? Well, these are these little Pulp Fiction things. And he had several different names and he worked with several different publishers, but he turned out a lot of them. But he says the main Pulp Fiction formula is you get a one-dimensional character. He's normally an action man, and he fucks up. He gets it's a fight. He's in a ring. So whatever his situation is, he gets defeated. He gets kicked. He gets kicked harder. He gets kicked one more time. He's about to die, and then most of the time, when the chips are the most down, he gets saved by some outside force, an ally. Literal fucking luck. It's very Deus Ex Machina in those stories. And why is that? Well, the dude on the trolley, or Joe Schmo, or the blue-collar guy, loves seeing the dude get kicked in the nuts repeatedly. It's a slow-burning story of jackass. But you know, we want to see the dude at the end. Oh well, he's got the scars to show that he went through some shit, but he also gets the dame, because that's what we want to see. It's like, wow, these stories, no one ever said they were good. I mean,
there's a guy who writes a series for the 40K library, Ciaphas Kane, the Kane novels, and it's very similar to that, where he is literally just a giant. He's a giant coward who cheats at cards and womanizes, yet he's the political officer, the commissar, who's supposed to, you know, and the girl, you know, the thing is like, the way the character is written is he is his own harshest critic, and he ends up being like one of the greatest heroes of the Imperium just by sheer dumb luck, and the fact that when it's, you know, like when someone goes, when it's time, when you're getting kicked and it's time to either, you know, take your beating or say fuck you, you can't, you're not the boss of me. 9 times out of 10, he's able to, out of sheer luck and skill. He's skilled, I mean, at what he does, but it's just
yeah, and that's the thing. He has the one skill. Like, if you keep a character one-dimensional, so long as you're good about that dimension, like I've been saying, because it is an emotional journey, high concept for years I've been preaching is, and I've been using the word because I'm working with kids more, face or attitude, you know, instead of the word demeanor. What the hell does that mean? But it's like, okay, how does this character normally act? And then what is their job? What's their attire? What's their, oh, we see him from a distance. He looks like a policeman. He looks like a detective. He's a firefighter. Like, literally, what do they look like? What kind of clothes are they going to be wearing? Because then that speaks to their skill. And so, yeah, you probably get a scene early on. And that's the other thing about the story circle. I don't know if I told you the acronym for it. But the first point is you. And I believe 1,000,000% that the story circle as a mental exercise is a flex. So if you're going to know, you learn all the points, and you'll learn how to think about them. But if you don't know really how to work on the next one, just stay on you. And so what's the most? And so anytime you have a character and you're like, I don't know what to do. Well, it's like, feel free to make them one-dimensional. Feel free to go, okay, what's the most? Oh, you know, Davy, that's the way he is. What's the most Davy? Oh, he's always off being him. And so it's like, well, what is he likely to do? Well, what does his profession do? Well, he gets a dame and he follows clues, and then he follows them into the wrong place. And this is, every story needs to start with the character in a place of basically comfort and confidence. Every good story that hooks you, you see the character, you see the normal. So when you open any new movie, it's like, this is a normal Tuesday for this guy.
Here's something that's interesting too. You remember Star Trek: The Next Generation?
Mm-hmm.
Even into DS9?
Yeah.
How many times when they were going to relax did those guys jump into the holodeck and go straight into a Pulp Fiction?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they're simple, and it's, you know, like you said, the conflict is it's basically you're Where's Waldoing some clues,
mm-hmm.
and then you get into a fight, and half the time the fight doesn't have to be like, you know, it's not like a Klingon opera where it's like, you know, bloodshed and battle. It could literally just be a little fisticuffs, a little witty banter, maybe a mild, you know, just it's simple. It's to the point. It's not convoluted.
Yeah, and so it was funny because if you look at how much I love Dan Harmon's Story Circle and Powered by the Apocalypse, I'm actually merging together these terms: forceful, flashy, quick, clever, careful, quiet. That comes from Fate Accelerated. And I'm like, well, I want to step away from Fate. I want to step towards this other thing. But so then I found this dude. It's a small world and nothing is there. There are no original ideas under the sun. But he wrote a 1-page quick role-playing game that included the steps of Dan Harmon's Story Circle. Not as elegantly as I would, but it helped me because it gave me permission to say, you know, what if the storyteller behind his screen or something keeps track of an 8-track wheel or, you know, like board game, and all right, the characters are in the you phase right now. Okay, so everyone's going to have a scene about them being fucking cool. Because every story should start with you being, with the epic musics and doing with your theme song and what you're known for. If this is a quick character, we see her being quick, dashing around, oh, she's a mushroom picker, she's sliding, she's slaloming on a piece of wood. Maybe it even breaks apart because it's all moist and, a bit of a rainforest. But another friend of mine, he preaches that when you start to build these hypotheticals, kind of like an improv skill, you just go with what seems logical, even in a fucked up fantasy world. One of the ways that I'm able to mentally freestyle shit like this is like, okay, well, where is she? And what do you find there? And just go with it, go with it, go with it, go with it. Say more shit. And it means everything to me, buddy, that you would say that I'm a good storyteller. What I want to do now is start to codify the things that I've learned into not so much that it's masturbation of, oh, look at me, I made my own game, but I got some tips and tricks that I think would make for a different way of looking at doing things. That doesn't have to be D&D, because like I said earlier, and you might get this, but you see the folks like Felicia Day, and nothing against her personally. I've gotten a little bit better with how much celebrity D&D has gotten, I guess is how I want to say that. But I think that it actually does me some good from a selling point.
I don't think it's gotten celebrity. I think it's just become accepted.
Okay.
Enough people have been able to say, hey, we did this. We break the mold. You're gonna make fun of me to my face? No, then you shouldn't make fun of these people.
Yeah, what's also nice is I still wouldn't say that it is mainstream. It doesn't feel mainstream. It just, so thank you for giving me that perspective, because that's a great word. Yeah, accepted. And what I was about to say was, because it is accepted, it breaks it breaks the ice for me. Because I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is like D&D, only not. I mean, because in my game, I can hand you a scene card and a character card, kind of like in Munchkin, and 2 dice and say, let's talk about how this goes. Well, if Caddy has something on her character sheet that I give her next, because I want it to be associated, that where you feel, like my buddy Roth said, I would nope out of that scene if I saw it with the dog in it. Well, I turned around and I said, yeah, but some manic pixie dream girls just want to pet the cute thing. Shit. She's... All right, guys, let's pack it up. We don't have to do... Oh, she's doing it. And she's walking through the field of traps, and she's walking past the laser defense grid. Eesh. Like... Why'd you do that? Because I'm the most me. It's all I can be. I'm here to play my character. And clearly, my character loves fucking cute animals. I mean, look at how cute he is. Let's set him free. It's like, oh God, we're all going to die for your poor decisions. Yes. Yes, you will.
Though, like you said, like when you do it like that, where it's a situation and a character, even if you don't like the dog, that in and of itself provides ample opportunity. Like, why don't you like the dog? And is there some way we can turn this into a growth moment? It doesn't have to be an epic quest. It just has to be something, like you said, like in the moment. What are we going to do with this scene?
Yeah, the other thing that a lot of cinematographers are saying right to each other's faces now are, your character should, and this is like a trouble, but it actually goes deeper, have a wound. Physical, mental, or social, some baggage that they're carrying. And not too early on, but we should, especially if it's a TV show, because it's longer format. If it's a TV show, they better have a wound, I think. Kind of like The Mandalorian. They keep playing back to the trauma with his parents and all that. Could be part of his wound. But you have to see that wound help and hinder them and then get resolved. And so Dan Harmon, he calls it the story embryo, because as you collapse down the thinking, if you're lazy and you can't do all 8, then you have to do 2, because it's a baptism. And he says you've got to go from a place of comfort to a place of extreme discomfort. And when you go from the light to the dark, you change. And so we need to see Caddy the manic mushroom hunter become Caddy, the careful longbowman. What? Well, now that I've just given you two ideas to compare, the lizard and monkey brain are fighting, and you're like, well, okay, two different states of this one thing. And so Dan Harmon says, is that spicy now that we said it? If it's not spicy, go back to the drawing board, but that polarity is exactly why batteries work. So if I have this, if there's a pull between these two ideas and it feels cool, then fucking run with it. If not, you can test it real quickly. I want this. Okay, guys, we're sitting down to do our role playing tonight, and this is the story of how this character becomes this character. What? Yeah, I've already told you how the story's going to end, unless you die. But we all agree this is what we're here to do. And you can choose that. You could just roll it on a table and say, all right, you are a firefighter today, but you're going to own a dog park tomorrow. Let's tell that story. Why? Like, I don't know, but you don't have to go that extreme with it either. I mean, if you're building tables, you get to flavor them. I'm definitely BR backed, so I can delete that. We've been havering, so I haven't been drawing, because it's easy to not.
I mean, now that we're havering, are we going to walk 500 miles?
Oh, I'm glad you get it. But, yeah, one day I had to look up the meaning of that word, and it really just means to make up some shit with your friends. And commonly down at the pub with your mates, you'll be havering. Alright, so Caddy presently, Magic Mushroom Hunter. We went looking for reference art. Oh, and then my buddy Linsku gave me this board. In fact, you might have seen one of the things I did do was I drew over that dude's face.
Yeah, you were doing some touch-up work.
Yeah, that other dude's face, what I did is I liked this style so much of the lines, but I've already decided what I want the eyes for my characters kind of in my world to look like, because, shit, once you choose that, and I learned that by working on Dusk Bunnies and having to work at a per pixel level, but, you know, if you look at, like, the Batman animated series and all of Bruce Timm's stories, as much as I started out as an environment artist, so as I learn more about character art, there are some truths that I don't want to admit, but eyes are super important. So you got to decide. A style of most any cartoon is anchored in that. So Full Throttle style, I'm like, I love this dude's look, but I don't want these eyes. So I copy and pasted it, and I kind of drew on if I had drawn the rest of the character, what I would have drawn his eyes like, and they came out okay. All of this is to mention that even on my, where is this over here? This picture that I've got, that I sell a card for. It probably has something to do with the low roads, or it talks about The Apprentice. Some people have said that he actually looks a little bit like my brother, and I'm cool with that. In fact, he's cool with it, but it was not the... Here we go. Yeah, this has the just black swatch for the eyes as well. Like I said, that Full Throttle style. And in fact, retroactively, there's nothing to say that this card couldn't exist within the rest of my Sojourn cards. And behind the scenes, it actually is one of the ones that's selling quite well, so that's a style I should stick with. The other reason I chose this style Linsku is because it's kind of the 80s and, you know, it's flashy and fun and sporty. These are cool. Yeah, so we do want to keep most items to scale, we've decided. The other thing that I'm doing is I've designed this character, but I have not really posed her. She's just kind of standing there as if she were an idle character, and that's not good, in my opinion. In time, I'm going to cut this up and come up with a cool pose that says Manic Mushroom Hunter. Something that says Swift. And she's going to have some more aspects too, I just got to come up with them. I'm actually going to give her a Nope badge. I got thinking about that. Kind of a child safety feature. Something that Caddy has been taught well over time. She knows when to run. Yeah. She's an adventure girl and she lives in the woods, and so her family has taught her if X, Y, and Z, feel free to run. You know, we'll meet at the meetup point. Like if you see a bear, fucking Caddy, get quick. That's why you got that wizard staff. Nope. Caddy gets to, yeah, kind of like a JRPG. Caddy gets a bonus to noping the fuck out of any situation that doesn't seem safe. In fact, I have to see if I have these little medallions on here or not. Knobs. Here are the knobs. Oh no. I don't want to have to fire up Illustrator just for this, but it's worth it because I'm thinking I want to freestyle some merit badges. Damn it. Oh yeah, I poured myself some milk in the break and made myself a peanut butter and jelly or peanut butter and honey fold over in a tortilla.
The worst part about living in Minnesota, Midwesterners eat very bland food. It's all hot dish. They call, if you go to a barbecue in the Midwest, Minnesota, there is a more than fair chance you're getting sloppy.
Sloppy what? Joe's?
Yes, that's what they will say we're having barbecue. We'll think burgers, dogs. It's sloppy joes.
It's just sloppy
Joe's
Joe.
hot dish.
Come on over. So what is this word hot dish? This sounds colloquial.
You have to use the right kind of noodles, but it's a baked noodle dish.
A kind of casserole?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's specific. It's usually like a noodle dish or maybe like a potato dish. Usually cheese, some kind of meat in there. Like it'd be like noodles, some cheese, maybe cut up hot dogs, and just bake it. It's there's different versions, but it's hot dish. But it's gotta be the right noodles. My brother-in-law's family, they told my parents, they said, "Oh, we like what you're bringing, but you use the wrong noodles." And then they don't like the fancy cheese.
Shaming him for not using the...
Yeah, they didn't like my parents bringing the fancy cheese because nobody wanted to eat it.
Well, I'll get out of here with your
cheese.
fancy cheese.
It's like the soft sharp cheddar, and they blend in wine, and then you spread it on crackers.
Mhm.
It's too fancy for them. It's too,
That's really got a flavor there, friend. that's got
Mexican food here. Like, if I want authentic Mexican food, I'm just gonna
Huh.
That's the closest I'm gonna get. It's very bland Mexican food here. For the most part, like small places, there's some really small, like hole in the wall places where like there's a taco place. It's a little expensive, but God, their barbecue was amazing.
To get away
But
from the blandness, you better hop on over to another culture because America is failing you right now.
well, it's just like the general Middle Western,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
spicy food.
So where does that come from? Like, where are they genetically? Are a lot of them Dutch? I mean, where is this blandness?
Yeah, I think so. German, they're the people who they're the Protestants who Catholic and Lutheran. That's why they call the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. One side is the Catholic side, one side is the Lutheran side.
Well, they're separated by some water. Excuse my ignorance.
Yeah, pretty much. There's like a river.
Nice.
I mean, now that everything's grown up and changes over the time, they basically everything touches each other because that's the capital of the state. It's a very large metropolitan area, very large metropolitan area. But like back in the day, it was like one side was the Catholics and the one side was the Protestants.
I don't know if your connection turned to shit or you're taking a shit, but everything got bad. So
I'm gonna hold this button down. It's a little loose. I said, like back in the day, it's like the Protestants will take a cell in one area, the Catholics settle for the most part on the other. And but now everything's a large metropolitan area. You know, that was like hundreds of years ago, so it doesn't really matter today. But back in the day, that's supposedly why there's the two cities right next to each other.
gotcha. And dueling banjos. All right. Well, we've been streaming for a while. Almost 3 hours and 15 minutes. On average, my art streams go for 4. I'm cool with that. I'm even willing to go longer because we actually started at 10:30. Some of these haven't been starting until 2 or 3 in the morning. So, but I have to take a break for now. I've spilled honey everywhere, and the raccoon is out of his cage. So, be right back. Everything in my house is so fucking ghetto.
Do you guys still live at that one place?
That was delightfully vague, but yes, as a matter of fact, we do. We moved from mom and dad's house to a trailer that Lawrence and Trudy were in.
Yeah, no, I've been to your place.
Or did you?
Yeah, last time I came to visit, I went to your house a couple times.
I really don't, but I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, I was sitting on the couch with your wife and we were watching Letterkenny clips.
Well, Yeah, we live here, and I mean, like just the other day, I learned I have some minor electrician skills because an outlet went out.
You also were able to cobble together some plumbing skills to fix the giant hole in your bathroom.
Oh man, yeah. So I don't know if this flex tape stuff is gonna be the stuff to use or whatnot, but yeah, I'm learning a little. I'm learning more about handymanism than I ever wanted to. But I guess that's part of being the man around the house. It actually is part of being the caretaker of the house. Since I'm under house arrest, I kind of am the closest thing that the the building has to a full-time
Did you just
steward.
assume their own gender? I am triggered.
Trigger me timbers. All right. I really love this girl's proportions. I'm happy with how that turned out. Oh, that's right. We were going to open Illustrator, and then I had to get called away because I had a honey disaster. And I can't be getting honey on the Wacom tablet. I normally
I mean, if you're gonna have a disaster, there could be worse things to spill over.
I normally enjoy the peanut butter and the apricot jelly. But I tricked myself at the grocery store today, and I was looking at a jar of honey, and I put the apricot jelly down, and I forgot to buy it. So then Bree and I got in a minor tiff because I looked all over the house for the apricot jelly. She's like, I can't find it. I had her go out to the car. Finally, I look at her receipt. We never bought this shit. So it's like, oh, it doesn't exist. We're looking for something in the house that literally is not here. Okay, that's fine. Now that we know, we'll stop looking. Alright, so Caddy has this staff. This magic staff that a wizard gave her. She uses it as a walking stick, and generally all around it's a good tool to have. I fully endorse that if you're going to build a staff for nature hikes, you make it at least as tall, if not slightly taller than you are. Because a good nature hike staff is not only used for keeping beasts at arm's length, but you can even pole vault over small ditches and gullies. It has utility by making it longer.
You know, we actually, and I vaguely remember in Cub Scouts, there's a guideline on how to make a proper walking stick in the guide.
That's cool. Yes.
Like it talks about making a handle, like a gripping part for it out of a length of string.
Yes.
So that and then it talks about like you can get a drill, and at the top you can build like a cork seal, and you can you basically make a little container where you can hide a couple matches, some water purification pills, in case you got lost. There are little things you can do to take it from being just a stick into like an absolute survival tool that is has multiple uses.
Yeah, so the staff that I gave, that I left at Prindle Creek for this girl, Caddy, I made out of PVC, and then I filled it with sand to make it rigid, less bendy, and I made it taller than myself because you can get a piece of PVC that's taller than your damn self for real cheap. And I cut it in half and made it to where it joined together in the middle. So that I could stow it in my car and stuff for when we went out into nature. But then you also have these two halves, and it's like, if you needed to go, when Darth Maul breaks the thing and there's two lightsabers all of a sudden, that's cool too. So I also taught the little dudes, because they saw me outside making the staff, because I spray painted the whole thing purple when I was making it. If you take a PVC pipe and you fill it up with sand, it's fairly substantial. What's even more fun is to not fill it all the way up. In fact, to have a third to 2/3 of it filled with sand. Because then when you swing that thing, you get this sand flowing after the fact, and it kind of is a force multiplier. And yeah, they're like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Let's see." And so one of them
They
took.
made liquid-filled baseball bats in like the 90s.
What's that?
They made liquid-filled baseball bats in like the 90s.
Oh,
And they
okay.
stopped making them because the accidents where the kid got a skull cracked open because of the force.
Because of the force multiplication, that's awful. Yeah. Hey, let's not do this because kids are dying. Right.
It was basically lawn darts too, electric.
Yeah, Sopranos had a whole episode where one kid gets like a bow or something and he fires it almost straight up and it comes down on him and then like punctured his lung. It's like, yeah, that shit don't mess around, dude. This is how we hunted mammoths and shit. The other way that I've been saying it, did you watch much Westworld?
A little bit, but I didn't really have access to it, so
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a place I can stream it right now or not.
And that might be part of the genre, having the character who works for the park or something. Because Westworld will be going along, and then a character will be like, okay, stop the buggy here. And he taps out a fucking code on a rock in the middle of a desert, and a whole elevator comes up, and you find that there's a small facility where they can patch up certain robots there in the facility or whatnot. Because it's Disneyland on steroids. Plus, you're allowed to feast and fuck with the robots. So.
Isn't the like facility though all jacked up in the background, kind of like? Isn't there something going on where like
it's not quite Portal, but politics and human error and shit goes on in the first season, and so you get to see the facility fall apart and fall into robot hands, and kind of like Magic the Gathering. By the end of it, it's a trifecta. It's almost the three weird sisters. Three of the avatars three of the robots transcend and are able to do some really powerful shit. And it's almost like three planeswalkers coming together to kill each other, because it's clear by the end of that only one of them can be allowed to be the one. 3 Neo level robots at that point.
as long as they don't fight each other on holy ground, because that's forbidden.
Kinda, until they do.
Like the
Yeah, because one of us is yeah, and they almost do that. But then one of them is like, haha, just kidding, and then takes her word back, because, yeah. I'm sure there's a Lilith metaphor in there somewhere. Okay.
Speaking of Lilith, did you watch the cinematic trailer for the next Diablo game?
I did. Yeah, that was something, man.
She is technically the mother of humanity. And we've been naughty. She's come to discipline us.
Oh, yay. We haven't had a good maternal beating in quite some time.
Well, yeah, because Daddy got butthurt and threw her into outer darkness. So in Diablo, mankind is literally half demon, half angel.
I get it. I mean, how many stories in Niflheim have we had going around?
So basically in Diablo, there was one being, and he didn't like the dark. Like, he basically took all that is evil out of him and cast it out of him. And that's what created the primeval, that seven-headed demon thing. And they basically killed each other, and from the light side, that's where the angels come from, and obviously the seven primevals, that's where the demons come from. Well, during their war, an angel and the demon Lilith basically said, "This war is BS. We're gonna yeet on out of here and take this super powerful artifact," and they created the world sanctuary. And their descendants were the Nephilim, which, as they weakened, became humans, basically.
Speaking of, yeah. See, I didn't know the lore, but at least I knew to name drop some Niflheim, so yeah. Niflheim and Woozles, you know.
Like, they had to and because they have both sides, the gist of it is that because they actually aren't, their power doesn't come from being split, it's like the original being. They have access. Their souls are both sides. That's why the Nephilim are getting so powerful, and that's why the demons and angels feared them.
So then what do? They banish these Nephilim somewhere?
Well,
these proto-humans.
The power got sealed away. Their power got sealed away. The Lilith got banished to Outer Dark. That's why they had to do that weird blood ritual and give her a body, and that's why there's like that weird mirror thing with like the sheet of blood that she was trapped in the void. The Daddy Dearest angel set himself up like there's a lore video someone has of. Basically, he kind of lorded over Sanctuary, and he fought the Nephilim, and in beating him, the power of the Nephilim kind of got sealed away in humanity. That's why your character was able to beat when Diablo became the primeval, when the Archangel Malthael went from being the Archangel of Wisdom or whatever to the Archangel of Death. That's why you're able to beat him, is because the power of the Nephilim was awakening inside of you.
The power was inside you the whole time. Good.
Yes. I mean, the story's a little... I'm not the biggest fan of it. I don't think it's as terrible as some people did. But, I mean, the gist of it is that basically you have access... Because you have access to abilities and power that each side can't access because it's not part of them. So... I'm interested to see what's going to happen with Lilith, like what the whole gist of it is. Because that place, Sanctuary has gotten the crap kicked out of it for quite some time. You said Skyrim. I can't really decide what I want to play right now. I like to play some Skyrim.
Did you play Far Cry 4 or 5?
I did.
4 had the Himalayan setting. Did you played that one too?
A little bit. I borrowed it and I never got around to finishing it. I did the one I played the one everyone liked with the crazy one, and the entire time on the island you're raising some dude's basement getting violated. And then the sister ends up if you get the one ending, the sister drugs you and has your baby. Is that 3?
Yeah, I think that's 3. That's the one that I played. Yeah, because there's a kind of attractive tribal chick at the end of that. And then, but either way you do it, it's not really a good ending, but fine.
I think isn't the best ending for you personally just to leave everybody in that shithole and go home?
Kinda, yeah. And that's good character growth too, because by the end of it, one of your friends is dead, and nothing can ever be the same. And
yeah, I mean,
I don't know if your connection is just horrible or what, dude, but everything is getting super compressed. I can barely understand you. Are you? You got?
Is that a little better?
Yeah.
I think it's because I've got my laptop set up next to me, and I think I just needed to tilt the screen towards me more because it was a little bit. I guess the mic was kind of playing up in the ceiling.
One, 2, 3, 4. Alright, I like most of this character design.
So is this more of a like right now more of a modern clothing take on the character?
Yeah,
Because I remember early on, weren't you doing? I had like you had like a cloak or something, or
yeah, because I had made a shape like this on her shoulders when I first started doing a paint over, it looked like a bit of a cloak. Well, that's cute too. Yeah, but in being a mushroom hunter chick, I want it to be practical, even if it's not modern. Could still make this raggedy and not so bright, but I do like the idea that it's, she's still a girl, and it goes with the manicness, kind of the. I had a GI Joe that was these colors, and it made me want to puke, and it was cool at the same time.
maybe you could do something with more pouches and pockets. Because if she's hunting all these mushrooms, she's gotta have a place to put them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So what I
Like
wanted
maybe
to
like
do,
a leather belt with like a shoulder strap, and it's got like vials and pouches and like where she can put all of her little stuff. Things to dry, like if she finds mushrooms, she needs to dry them or prepare them for storage.
yeah, let's do another paint over then. Well, that was fun. But let's get rid of her vest on this layer for now. She doesn't have much for a chest as she is young, but that shadow falls in the right place, so fine. But yeah, kind of t-shirt, sporty girl, and now he was saying something like a satchel would be smart.
Like a satchel, little bandana with some pouches in it.
And I did have kind of a purple. Yeah. So if we give her a big old pouch hanging off one side.
A little mushroom dog to hold all of her mushrooms.
Mushroom dog, that's awesome.
Magic's called saprolines. They're basically sentient fungus, and they will actually breed other saprolines for food. It's kind of horrible.
Alright, well, thanks to Shouty's influence, Caddy is now officially going to have a bag of stuff. It's kind of like a bag of holding. It's actually one of Bree's favorite stunts in most games. In Fate, it's often worded, "I've got just the thing." But it's like, once per story, you can just reach into your bag and be like, oh yeah, here's that thing. Maybe I will move the staff even closer to the subject and have her actually holding it. I'll have her holding it slightly behind herself. Do we got any viewers tonight? Let's check over on the thingy do. Oh boy.
I can't remember which edition of D&D it was, but if you put a portable hole inside a bag of holding, they would explode. So we once got the idea to make the D&D version of bombs by putting the biggest bag of holding we can inside a portable hole and dropping it on a city.
Man, and the way that I just heard you slur that together was fun, but a bag of Holden would be great too. It's like, what stuff is kept in here? Well, there was a boozy detective, and he had this bag before you, so this is a bag of Holden.
The worst punishment by the Mage Guild, you get polymorphed into a bag of Holden.
You must drink alcohol once every cycle. It's like, what? An alcoholic bag? It's like, alright. Sorry, I gotta literally pour booze into this bag. It's for my friend.
It was a little sad. I didn't get with the new tobacco laws, it's just nonsense. It's just the kind of government waste of time.
Amen.
Like, I wouldn't mind if they were saying, you know what, we made a mistake. 18's a little young. People need to grow up before we can ship them off to war, and they can,
That's my brother's take on it too. He basically is fucking just be consistent.
Yeah, no, be consistent.
Or across the board, pick an age, go with it. Do the thing.
And if they had just done that, I could understand. Although I do think it should have been grandfathered in. If you were 18 and they changed everything to 21, you should still have the right to do all the stuff you could do. We did it back in the frickin' 80s, and we have better computers now. It's not that hard.
Right.
But what kills me about it, though, or what made me sad is, like, because I work night shifts, I didn't get. It was like the 7 stages of grief. You had each one of the stages of grief. You have like a 19 or 20-year-old who'd come in and they'd be in one of those stages: bargaining, disbelief, anger,
oh man,
acceptance. I only got acceptance and disbelief. Like, I didn't even get any of the good ones. And now we can't do flavored vaping products either. We're on the 4th of next month, we cancel flavored vaping product.
Yeah, that's some bullshit too. About just how quickly that moved through.
The thing is,
I don't even have a dog in the fight.
Here's the problem with that stuff like that, though. It's easy. It's easy to kick it when it's down.
Yeah.
It's not. There's no. The pushback against it is not strong enough to get over the general, and because it's new, it doesn't have time to latch on. And kids, a lot of teens did, but like, we knew what the problem was. We knew what the problem was pretty early on. It's because people are buying secondhand shit.
Yeah, that was the big deal.
If you are buying your vaping products in a van down by the river, you
what
probably
did you
deserve
want?
what you got.
Right.
I mean, there are plenty of smoke shops, vape shops that are selling the product, quality product, from legitimate companies that, went through the proper safety protocols, and it's not expensive. It's not expensive to get safe vaping product.
One of my clients that helped put food on our table for years was a dude who was making vape flavors out of his garage and legitimately selling them, but because he knew that it didn't make sense to have too much of a brick and mortar business for a while. But yeah, I mean, but it was still legitimate, and he was still doing it safely.
As long as you're following the rules, there's no problem with stuff. I mean, it's just like, because what happens is you get the shady guys, and it's just, I don't believe you should make laws like that based off of the bottom common denominator. Like, the vast majority of people were vaping safely. The vast majority of producers are usually following the rules, or proper safety protocols and stuff like that. But like, you know, but it's easy. It's easy to, and the thing is, it's one of those laws that, for the most part, people think like it makes you look good. It's an election year, of course, something like that was going to happen, right?
Oh
Every
yeah,
election year,
that's
they always
not.
do these morality laws.
It's about time for another one, right?
I mean, we are lucky that video games have survived as long, this long without massive government interference.
Rated E for everyone, right? Yeah, because of the ability to, for the most part, self-regulate.
Well, I mean, that's not really much. Let's be honest. That's it's not like any video game place I've ever gone to has actually, checked my ID for a video. It just EA has too much money. They can just fill a T-shirt cannon with $100 bills and just lobby the crap out of whoever they need to.
I mean, that is practically true. I've been unfortunately using the word hand jobs in place of lobbying because, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, but yeah.
I would too, but I've seen what the average lobbyist looks like.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I'd
stuck in you.
rather
Right.
I'd rather take vows of celibate. Besides, they're most likely previous politicians, and God knows where those hands have been before.
Gross.
I know you've probably seen Ricky, or whatever. How do you say Gervais? How do you say the guy's last name?
Yeah, Jarface.
Comedian.
Jarface.
Gervais. Jarface. Yes, Jarface is his Golden Globes intro.
Oh, I didn't, but something very similar. I watched a supercut of all of his moments, and
But did
it
you
was
did you
good.
not watch the actual the 5 or 6 8 minute or 5 or 6 minute because the supercut should have had that. The
Probably.
one I saw
Yeah,
started
yeah.
with that.
It starts.
Where he just
Yeah.
tells everyone to shut up because you don't know anything.
There's a moment in the new Rick and Morty that I love, because the whole thing is against heist movies, and he's going, everyone's booing Rick, and he's like, "Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer."
I still love the Epstein joke too. God. Or the one that
You
you can
did
make two of them. The
that.
one
You, not me. You, right? He's like, I wasn't his friend, but
and he's
all
like,
of you
"Oh, shut up."
definitely
He's
were.
like, "Oh, shut up. I know he's your friend." No, he said, "You did that, not me," to Weinstein. To Epstein, he says he's the one who goes like, "Oh," he's like, "Oh, shut up. I know he's your friend." And then he made a joke about having to fly on your own plane. I'm looking at mods for some of my games, and the workshop has mods for the quasi-erotic Japanese story games. I don't know that those necessarily needed mods, but okay.
I preach when I talk to clients about marketing that luxury is choice. And I mean that because, it's oversimplified, but the idea of the king who wants the strawberry in the dead of winter, well, that's fucking luxury, man. Because if his man could get him that, then that's luxurious because he can get whatever he wants, whereas no one else has a choice. So it's like, yeah, hey man, I've got all the eroticism I could need, but it'd be really neat if I could mod in my specific, thing that I'm into. Wink nudge. It's like, yeesh, but fine. Fine, you can have
always
workshop
furries.
support.
Doesn't matter. It's always furries.
It's pretty much always furries. You're right. Playing with shapes and colors. Trying to get her some practical shoes. I don't like how blobby this is. In fact,
Sorry to run real quick. I missed what you were saying.
it probably wasn't important. I don't remember.
I mean, that's not surprising.
No, it's not.
Someone did a video. It's a drop pod full of Dark Angel or Black Templars from 40k drops upon Furry Planet and tries to purge.
I'm really not surprised.
It's exactly how you think it would go.
Yeah, I mean they're xenophobic and all. Yeah, just to put it mildly. I'm not even gonna leave this art style this way, but I kind of like it. So, time to hit save. Kind of take a mental break. I'm liking the direction it's going.
She has a bountiful plunder of mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and then I opened up Illustrator earlier simply so I could
So what do you do with all you do the layers, get a general feel for what you want, then you go in and clean it up, tighten it up, decide on like the after effects and stuff, like the dirt layer.
Yeah, I'll do a lot more of those kind of layers for these backgrounds. Presently for this character, I'm just doing big blobby kind of shapes because, like, if character designers will talk about the silhouette, how you got to just go in with like, and they'll do it even with just black and white. Like if you reduce the Team Fortress characters down to just their silhouettes, you can still tell them apart. So they teach that as some dogma, like you should give a shit about the silhouette. Well, here I'm not really doing that, but I'm still being big and blobby because I'm concepting her as a character instead of actually making the character. Because I got an idea, you know, I want her to be young and spunky and sporty and quick. But I don't know exactly how I want her to be dressed. And so at the end of the day, soon I'm actually going to draw over the top of this, kind of like I would with my regular comic style. All right. So we're saving it, and I'm going to look at some more references just to rest my eyes, because I preach that you should get away from your artwork.
Step away from any project you're doing. I'm building like a Commander deck, something that I can walk away for a few minutes because, I mean,
You just need fresh
there's
eyes.
a lot of magic. I mean, you can throw whatever you want in there, but you really, if you don't have like a curve or you don't plan out your, you know, like I said, your curve, or you don't have, you have to give just the right amount of mana sources to just the right amount of action, or else you'll just spend too much time playing, basically just sitting around doing.
Yeah.
And you need to, like, there, you know, the reason I like Commander, because it's a multiplayer game, is a social contract, it's a social game, not necessarily just a competitive game. There's a lot of table politics and stuff, so you don't want to be that
Yeah,
guy.
get closer to your microphone, and then I can hear you. I want to hear all about Commander.
So like there's a social aspect. You don't want to be that guy. If there's a threat, then the table can work together to, like, when I was talking about that guy earlier, Tasigur. His ability is I can pay 4 mana. I take the top 2 cards of my library, put them into my graveyard, and then I pick an opponent to give me a card out of my library that's not a land. So that's a very political commander, because when I do that, let's say someone's going to try and win the game, or someone's about to die, and I don't want that person to die because them being on the board prevents a useful threat, or it's basically it's if it's good for me, what I can do is I can target that guy. He can look through my graveyard, give me a spell I need to save him, and it's so like there's a whole political aspect to the game.
Okay.
And the social contract is like your play group should talk to each other about what your guys' power level is. A lot of people will buy the pre-constructed decks, and just play the precons out of the box. Or they'll maybe be like, okay, we'll play a precon, and we can put in we'll limit ourselves to a $50 budget. We can add $50 worth of card. It'll go like to the same online site and see what the value of a card is. We can make $50 worth of upgrades. Or like me and my friends try to play about the rule. We call it the rule of 75, where our deck is 75% focused and competitive, and then about a quarter of the deck is just fun cards and janky stuff. That's not
Okay.
You know. So that's why I like Commander. It's a much more social game of Magic. You can use cards it's got a smaller ban list. You can use any card you have that's not on the ban list. And the ban list for the most part's there's a reason those cards are banned. They are cards that are filthy tryhards.
They are not good.
And some of them you'd be like, oh, why is that card banned? It's like, you don't know. There's a reason it's banned. Like it's part of a 2-card combo that literally just shuts the game off. And you can do it super early. But like I said, it's a fun game. You can use any card you have. You only need 1 copy of a card. So let's say you wanted to make a commander deck that's a little better. You could buy, if there's like a card you always wanted to play with, you only need 1 copy of it.
How does it go 2-on-2? Or 1-on-1, I mean to say.
There is a 1-on-1 version, competitive. 1-on-1's fine. It's you, because if you guys are playing pre-constructed decks, or you're playing like a light deck, like where you guys aren't playing super competitive, it's fine. 3 players okay, 4 players what's really designed for. 5 players okay, 3 players okay, 1-on-1's fine. If you guys are playing decks of similar power level and composition, it's not an issue. Some of my decks, I need other players on the table because I play mid-range and late-game decks. I don't necessarily have like my play style tends to be very I usually wait till turn 3 or 4 to really get swinging, and without the politics, all the shenanigans of having 3 other people at the table, all that needy human interaction,
Right.
I struggle.
Okay.
Now I have decks that are really aggressive. I really like, so Theros is a Greek themed set, and they have gods. It has like Greek gods.
Oh,
so
cool.
One of my commanders was Xenagos. He's the god of rebels, and his whole shtick is he is about punching things in the face super hard. You are just ramming a creature down their throat, and they're just gonna eat it because he makes that creature monstrous.
Okay.
So that deck, if I get the right combination of acceleration, a good creature, and I can get him out early, like on turn 3 or 4, which is very easy for that deck, I can do a ridiculous amount of damage early on. And if we're one-on-one, it is very hard because you will have to sacrifice at least one resource a turn to stop me from just wiping the floor with you. You're gonna have to burn cards, and it's my advantage because Xenagos is very hard to kill. So my enabler is always on the table. What enables me to win is going to be very difficult for some decks to remove. So I mean, it just depends. That's why, you know, playing with multiple people is fun. But one-on-one, it's fine if you guys are, you know, you build a good social kind of like you both are playing comparable decks. You're not being tryhards. It's a fun version of the game. It just leads to more silly decks. Cause you can go down. Let's say you want to play like tribal decks. You want to play a zombie deck. Well, you can go down. You can take $10, go through all the commons and uncommons, and that are like, oh, these are 10 for 50 cents. You can go find a bunch of cool stuff that fits a nice theme deck. You can make commander decks for $20-$30.
So you don't just buy a starter deck and go, or I mean, I guess you could.
You can. Every year, Wizards produces starter decks. Of this year's, I bought 2 of them. There are 2 I really liked. I'm probably gonna buy. There's only one I don't really care about. The other one has like one of the most stupid cards ever made. I mean, it's not really, but it's a fun card. It's stupid fun, and I might buy that one. Because some of the commander decks, they make cards just for commander. Like, unfortunately though, that makes the cost, like, there's a card called Teferi's Protection. There was like a judge version, and the one deck in commander they printed. It's like a $40 to $60 card. So that card's hard to get. But you don't have to play that stuff. Like, my buddy played a deck, the whole deck, and this is a good deck. The whole deck was like $120, and this was a competitive deck. So his $120 deck was crushing like this table of like $6,000 to $1,000 decks because Magic is a game of math a lot of times.
Yeah.
And if you know what you're doing, you have a really solid game and you tune it, you don't need a $200 card to win the game, because you can get more value out of a cheaper, maybe less powerful card if your deck is built to use. It's about resource using. It's about knowing what your resources are and how to maximize it. But Commander's I think it's the funner format for casual players. I mean, I know some.
And that commander card is normally pretty big, right?
What?
Do I remember correctly that I've seen that the commander cards are like a bigger card?
Those are special ones. You get a regular version of the card in your deck, a regular foiled version of the card in your deck, but the main commander, you get a large size foil one. People will take the larger art, and what they'll do is they'll cut it out. They like X-Acto knife it out, and they'll build a custom out of it where they X-Acto knife the card to normal size, so they have a larger art picture.
Weird.
So they kind of make like a full art card out of it. Some people, like, what we do is if my buddy doesn't want to spend like $40 to buy an Atraxa, I'll just give him my large card, and he's physically got it. So
okay.
So he's got one to represent that he has. It's there. A lot of it's just for collection. I know some people framed them. Like someone's wife got all of his cards and got like little plastic frames, and then in his magic room, she took the time to like mount them on the wall, so it looks like just a cool like display of all of his commander card, like the large cards.
Okay, that's neat.
Like people do, like there's a lot of people use them for arts and crafts.
That's just so weird, but that's cool.
So they did a set called Modern Horizons, and every pack came with art cards.
Huh.
Where it's a larger version of the art on the cards, and there's like there's like a bunch of them, and some people have been using those. Like, if you own a copy of the card and I own own 2 Mana Drains. I own an original one. I saved up for a year to buy an original Mana Drain. It's a $180 card. I saved up like my pocket change. I'd go to the bank and turn into dollars. I saved up a very long time to buy one because I'd always wanted one. Now I own 1 copy of the card. Since I own that card, if I were to print off a copy, like print off my printer, just the proper size picture of that card, put it over a land and threw in a sleeve, threw it into their deck. Most people are cool with that because I physically own the card.
Okay.
So, because a lot of times people will do that and then they just swap
It's like,
cards
F
out
this,
of
we're
decks.
paying for so much land, and we already have this land. It's okay to have more land.
Like you can't do that if you're playing like, you know, an official event, something where there's like prizes, it's supported, because like that then they want people to play with real cards. But like when you're playing when you go to the game store, you pay. So the game store here on Monday, it's a pack of Magic cards is like $4, or it's like 3 something, like almost $4 with tax. So the guy there charges you $6, and you randomly get your pot of 4 people, sometimes 3 if there's an odd number, and we play. Everybody who plays gets 2 packs. So you're getting 2 packs from the regular price sets, which is a slight discount, and then the winner gets an extra pack. So he gains, you know, $4. So that's
That seems like a fun version of gambling because there's just enough risk involved.
Yeah, and
there's a lot of skill involved too. It's not just.
And depending on, like, some decks you need a lot of skill, some decks you don't need a lot of skill. Like my Zendikos deck, you really don't need a lot of skill to play that. I could probably put you in charge of that thing, and you'll get about 3 turns in. You're like, oh, make lots of lands, then Hulk smash. Okay, I can.
What color is that? Mostly red?
Red and green.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. I have a red-green deck, and I have a red-white deck. So, in fact, when you were saying it's very smashy, I'm like, okay, that sounds like ogres and centaurs and minotaurs.
Mine was dragons.
Okay.
A lot of dragons. So I could say, hey, do you like dragons? So also there's one dragon, Atarka. When Atarka makes it so all dragons have double strike. So what Xenagos does is he gives a creature +X and haste, which means it can attack the turn it comes in. So it turns Atarka into a 12/12, or a 12. 6/4. So it turns her into a 12/10 with double strike. So if they can't block her, she does 24 points of damage the turn she swings in.
God, but she needs to. I mean, you're going up against opponents with 40 life.
Yeah, my Oloro deck can get up to. I think my Oloro deck's gotten up to 88 life before. My buddies got up to, like, I think the highest I've seen is someone got up to 1,000 life. But there are ways to win the game. So there's all the alternate win conditions. There's combination. There's a lot of ways you can win the game without doing damage, and Commander allows you to exploit all of them. Infect damage, where you give someone 10 poison counters. There's a special rule just for Commander, and there's a type of deck called Voltron, because it's all about basically pimping your Commander out. Because if your Commander does 21 points of combat damage to an opponent, they die due to Commander damage. So you can build a deck around your Commander just punching people to death.
Okay.
And the reason they call it Voltron is because, like, you give him equipment, like, you know, Voltron's giant sword, and, you know, you're trying to assemble Voltron, which is, like, give him all of his, basically combine all this equipment to make your super robot, you know, your super commander of death that just kills people. My favorite is, it's hard to do, but there's a card called Phage the Untouchable. And her special rule is that anything she touched dies. But if you try to cheat her into play, if you don't tap lands and cast her like normal, if you cheat her into play, you lose the game automatically. You have to play her the normal way. No shenanigans. But there's a card called Fractured Identity. So let's say I play Phage the Untouchable. Then I cast Fractured Identity on it. I exile my Phage, and then everybody who's not me gets a copy of that card. which since it got cheated into play, they all lose. No, it's not easy to do. You need a lot. Like she's 6 or 8. She might be she's 6, 7, or 8 mana, and Fractured Identity's 5 mana. So doing that in one turn is a significant investiture of resources. And that you need blue, black, and white to play that, and that is not you need to rely on like artifacts to reduce extra mana, and those are vulnerable to destruction. So
Yeah.
It's cheesy, but at the same time, it's not, because it's hard to do. You can't do it early on.
No, I think it's great because it's like, yeah, if you do that, then you just have this basically Newman of reality saying you can't do that. Now you're dead. It's like,
there's some silly ones. I made a combo where using that card to Furious Protection I was talking about, I basically take myself out of the game for 1,000 turns, and if they don't have a way to reshuffle their library into their decks, eventually everyone at the table will deck themselves and lose, and then I come back into the game after they've all lost, and I win by default.
yeah, that's cheesy as shit, dude. But I'm glad that works for you.
It's convoluted, like it's a hard combo to pull off.
Okay, so it's not
cards. Like I play combos that are not easy to do or ridiculous. Like there's combos that are dumb. Like I'm gonna play Painter Servant and Grindstone, and I'm just gonna kill one of you a turn now for the rest of the game on turn. Like that shit, that's dumb. I don't really like doing that. I like combos where it's just like why do you have those cards in your deck? Oh, I guess that's a thing. Oh.
And so half of it is seeing what fun, janky combos other people are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a card called Spike Hit. It's a weird card, but it has some interesting. It basically makes it so all creatures have all creature types, or it's something like that. It basically does stuff with creature types, and there's cards you can do. It just there's some stupid shit you can do with that card. Like, all zombies get -2/-2. Well, since everything's a zombie, everything sucks. Like, there's some stuff. I play with some people who do some interesting things. I play with a guy. There's a guy I play with who's a judge, and me and him will sit at the table, and we'll both play decks that are probably a little more aggressive or a little more better than the other people at the table. And whichever one of us gets ahead, it's basically the other guy trying to spend the other two people's resources to get the other guy in check.
Hmm.
One of the reasons, though, too, my Magic collection is as valuable as it is I am ridiculously lucky Andrew at opening packs.
That's cool. It's like, straight up, I know I got a skill.
So for a box, like, let's say, like, the new set's coming out, they're doing we're going back to Theros. There's new gods. There's gonna be enough gods now that I can actually do a 5-color god tribal deck. The only creatures in my deck will be gods. But anyway, the last one I bought a box of the Modern Horizon set, which is a little more expensive because it's a premium product. It was designed for an older, more powerful format of Magic. But I opened the most valuable card in the set. When I went to that Magic, that competition that I went to, it also has vendors there. I got $208 cash for it.
Okay. Did you turn around and buy some boxes?
I didn't buy boxes. That's how I buy my individual expensive cards. Because I saved up. I save up a little bit of my money. I said, I'm gonna take $80 to go buy some Magic cards. Well, $80 plus $280, that meant I could buy, some more expensive Magic cards. So that's kind of how I've been able to grow my collection. Is that I get really lucky, open a really expensive card that I don't need, and I trade it off for cash or store credit, and then buy stuff I'll actually use.
Okay.
Like, I don't really care about foils. I don't care about, like, alternate art cards that are worth a couple. When I bought a box of, like, the most expensive set I bought, and I had to save up for a while to get this, I pulled the most expensive box topper at the time. I got almost $300 in store credit for it. So, again, I went and bought some expensive stuff with it. So, I mean...
Because I just know I'm lucky. Yeah.
my friend, our buddy Stoner just rages, just like
Because he just can't catch a
Just-
break like you can.
no, his collection's just really, his collection's massive. He doesn't crack packs like we do. He's been playing. He buys enough cards that he gets enough good stuff, and then he'll have like random. He's also pretty good about. He watches a lot of the finance videos, so he'll randomly speculate and buy like 20 cards online for $2, and then he trades them locally to other people for better cards. But when he trades them, he's getting like the trade value is like $10 to $15 a card, so he'll randomly make like $10 to $12 in trade profit. So he's a little nerdy, lives with his parents for.
Let's say, what the hell's he raging about then? He's got his own skills.
Yeah.
He's just not as fucking epic.
He has to put way more work in it than I do, though.
Blind grabbing like you are, right? It's like,
oh yeah. I mean, I've gotten bad boxes before, but I tend not to.
this is a wacky song. But
You
when
know
this,
what? I never figured. Whatever happened with your truck?
it got stalled.
I never saw any resolution.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm at. It's funny because I've had like 5 or 6 different times in my life where I could have engaged in the court, in the justice system, and sued another human. And now I'm almost, and I'm confident, but I'm actually under some legal trouble for my business because of a contract I had with a guy. And I'm not going to say too much of that on a hot mic, but it's funny all the times that I've not pursued something, and yet, I mean, you just got to be the bigger person. Basically, he stole it from me, but because we had even a gentleman's handshake, it's not a theft. The cops don't want to go after a dude for something. They're actually very wary of attaching something like grand theft to his record. So they're like, no, this is civil, because I guess then that if you get a grand theft thing, it's an international database, and here's the excuse they made. It follows you around, and then it's like, do you want us to shoot the guy dead on accident? I'm like, no, can I get my truck back? No. Apparently it doesn't exist anywhere. I just have to, life is fucky, just let it go, man. Yeah, if I had wanted it, if I'd seriously wanted it, I could have, there was one day in the adventure where I could have, my friends and I, we almost got our hands on it. I was paid $200 to go away, basically, and I took it instead, because I needed the money. And, maybe should have reclaimed my car at the time.
Well, maybe next time I visit Idaho, we can totally just not light him on fire.
That'd be fun. You got any plans to come back this way for some dumb reason?
Not this year, but next year we're thinking about it. This year this summer we're going to my wife's uncle's lake house for a family reunion. So this summer's kind of, but I don't know, maybe sometime next year I do want to go back to Idaho. I haven't seen my brother's youngest kid yet, and we need to make it out that way. But I mean, we bought a house, and so it's been difficult to get the time off. Is what the big thing is.
Certainly.
I might have need of your skills, though. I might have a small job for you.
Oh yeah, what do you got in mind, buddy?
I want to make a playmat. Do you remember that god awful Three Wolf Moon shirt that everyone was wearing?
Boy, do I.
So, I mean, it was cool, but the fact that like it literally
Mm-hmm.
just oh, but because I'm a horrible person, I want a magic playmat that you saw my picture of me as my Christmas pimp,
Yeah, I actually did, and I love that. I mean, for the guy who
my
dresses like a
Christmas
purple,
wrapper.
for the guy who dresses like a fucking purple wizard and hands out art when people are like, "Dude, your jacket is tight." Yeah, seeing your
It's
fucking
it
yeah,
lights up. I want a magic playmat, and I want basically that Christmas pimp picture to be like the three wolf moon, but I want it to be the three pimp moon,
fuck yeah, dude,
and I
I
want to
get
get
it.
that I want the picture size so when I go to the company, it's perfect, so that when I put the image into the thing, I don't get a shitty looking playmat.
Yeah, what company are you thinking of using?
I'm waiting for my buddy to get back because there's actually a playmat company. You get the. I'll send you a link to the company so you can see how their setup is.
Yeah,
You literally.
I've
Their
worked with a lot
website's
of
designed so you.
those kind of companies, and so there's just only a couple considerations I need to read about, and I could probably get off to the races pretty
Yeah,
quickly for
fuck.
you.
If you work with the companies and you just
Yeah,
got me the playmat, I just
hmm
we'll do a PayPal thing and I just shoot you the money for it.
totally.
But yeah, I want to get a custom playmat done that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and you know what? Every time somebody comes to me with something like that, it becomes I'm gonna learn one more little thing that holy shit, who knew that I needed that custom playmat job from Shouty, and now I'm making custom playmats. I mean, yeah. So I'm more than willing to try.
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah,
You know the name of the
I
company?
just want something ridiculous. Because I know like one person did. They did the one that the George Costanza picture of him splayed out in his underwear, like the sexy pose.
Yeah.
I saw someone made that into a play. Which I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I focus on the game with that just staring at me.
Are you thinking that you want just a big old mouse pad because that's technically what they are? Or do you want
The one
particular
I did does the
lanes?
actual like 24 by 12, or it's like 24 by 16.
Yeah, but
Like,
do you want places for the cards to actually go baked onto the mat? Like, oh, here's
no,
okay,
because I, since I've been playing long enough, I have a very specific way I like to set up
sure.
a board,
I wasn't.
and it doesn't necessarily match the how they do it for the other one. Because I play a lot of decks with enchantments, so I like to have I do my enchantments specifically lined up in a thing on the left hand side. I keep all my land on the bottom right corner, and then I have my own way of doing stuff. A lot of people have been playing for a while. Those are kind of like those are like the newbie mats.
Yeah, I get it.
I just want
You just want a big
just my
ass
beautiful
picture,
magnificent
right?
himself in space around a moon with a nice, quiet, maybe wintry mountain landscape underneath.
Sounds badass.
Tasteful, Andrew. This is going to be tasteful.
The 3 salt moon.
Okay, maybe I want a salt desert. The
Yeah,
three
right.
salt moon.
Yeah, the 3 salt. The scene is from the point of view of one of the moons, so you're already standing on one, and you can see the other two. Moons are just the salt moons. Yep. The salt moons of Ryloth.
Basements are awesome. I don't think I could ever live in a house that doesn't have a basement anymore.
I really love basements. I got to have a basement room in Utah. Didn't go well with the fact that I'm, I had a fear of fire. I want to be able to get out of the house when there's fire, but I've learned to make peace with that as an adult. So basement rooms are pretty cool.
We have two tiny windows down here and one giant window. Like I had to jury rig a cover for it for the rainy season and the snow season. That is a normal size plastic cover with just a sheet of plywood to cover up the giant foot long gap, because it is a deep and wide window well.
Gotcha.
You and I could probably, if we had to take cover, we could probably take cover in it together. It has our own little 2-man hidey.
I've been in some of those little foxhole wells. Yeah.
We'd be crammed in there pretty tightly, but we'd still have plenty of room to fit.
It's nice to sneak in, to have that to sneak in out of the window when your girlfriend has that as her window. It's like, no, totally easy to get in and out of. Even my tubby butt can scramble up the side.
So do you still see anybody from our old hangout group? I know Carl gets up his own ass and kind of disappears for long periods of time.
Carl and my brother work together, but they don't really see each other. And no, I'm not connected to anybody. I mean, straight up, one of the reasons why I reached out to you is, like, I got 2 friends I'm hopefully going to see tomorrow, but I don't talk to hardly anybody on a regular basis.
I mean, like I said, 1 to 2 nights a week, I just sit in front of my computer or just goof off.
I'm totally glad I reached out.
My problem is, I work 3rd shift, so every time I think of something, I go to bed, and then I'm like, oh, God, I gotta go to work. Although I don't hate my job, so that's a plus. Oh, speaking of your legal troubles with the truck, I watched 2 truckers. One trucker was loudly telling me the story about how the other trucker that walked in tried to screw him over, and it was one of the most awkward, tense things I've ever been through. Oh, beautiful, Andrew. A thing of beauty.
So do you work at a big-ass truck stop?
I don't work at a big-ass truck stop. We call them a travel. So I work for a company called Quick Trip. It's
okay.
like Costco. There's 2 of them. I work with the one that's spelled with a K, not the Q, because these are only in 3 states. It's Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota.
Okay.
So they give us like a 40% profit share. So we go to this mandatory meeting. They bust us down to this big meeting where they talk about the company for a year, and they give us like 40% of the profit is divided out and given to the employee.
Huh. Is it similar to what Winco got known for doing, is profit sharing with their employees?
Yes. Quick Trip is one of those companies that tends to be, in nowadays, it's more like a Costco than a Walmart. We still get insurance, full times guaranteed hours. So it's not a bad place. Like, Kathleen will always have the career job because with the military and going to school and stuff. She's a dental hygienist. She's got a 4-year science degree. She's a licensed dental hygienist. So she has the career job. But with my work record and stuff, I can get into, I got into Costco out of 30. When I got into Costco out of 30 seasonal help, I was one of 2 they kept the whole time. I never had downtime.
Okay.
So, with my work record and stuff and my experience, I can get into nicer retail places. Ones that still offer benefits and real pay. Right now, doing 3rd shift, I make $15 an hour at a fucking gas station. Which is
nice.
It's not bad. It's
not
right
at all.
At my house too. That's the reason I got this job, is I can walk there in the summertime.
Okay.
I was working at Home Depot part-time while we were kind of getting new to the area, so I had plenty of time to take care of my daughter, but this being so close to home, I work 10 to 6, so I get off at 6 in the morning. I come home, I eat, I take my wife to school, Morgan eats her breakfast, I come back, we get ready to go to school, and we're done. I go to bed I get up, if I'm tired, when I get everyone home from school and work, I go right back to bed. When I'm not tired, I usually just goof off around the house, Tomorrow I get to play with my snowblower, and since we're getting real snow, I'm going to do manly things.
Nice. I might have pulled my back shoveling snow. That's my best snow story. My back's already shitty anyway, though.
Yeah,
So
after last year, I told my wife that we are not going through another winter without a snowblower. Told her we'll both have to sell our bodies to get a snowblower if that's the case.
so mote it be.
Dude, I mean, I don't know if you saw pictures I posted from last year, but I had like my driveway had like a 3.5 foot wall of snow on each side of it.
I don't know if I saw those or not, but that doesn't sound like a great time.
No, it does not, because I mean, you just get to a point where like you have to lift the shovel up and put it over that berm.
Do they build houses traditionally there? Or, I mean, do they change their style of building knowing that they're going to have so much snow? Or does it not hurt the siding or anything that...
Kind of. Like, you almost always have a porch with it. Like the door is always almost covered by, like, a small porch. Like,
Okay.
most of the houses. A lot of the houses have, like, a concrete pad in front. Some don't.
I was going to say, they got to have a hell of a drainage systems in city.
Well, that's what the sump pump was.
Okay.
All the houses here have a pump.
Okay.
I've got two because we're not, like, you're supposed to dump into the gutter in the summer months so you don't overload the, you know. In winter, you can dump into the soup because it's going to freeze if it goes outside. So in wintertime, you can dump into the sewer. But in the summer months, you're supposed to just, it's, what it is, it's, your house has a drainage, there's a hole in your basement. And you put basically a big bucket in there. And you put these pumps that'll pump the water out of that, it collects from under your house. So it drains into this bucket, and the pumps will either pump it into the gutter in the summertime, or into the sewer. It's your rainwater and your snow melt.
Okay.
And then some people don't have some pumps. When they build the house, they put this intricate system of it's like gravel and pipes that basically, as you get rain seepage into your ground and leakage into your thing, it shunts the water out into your yard.
Okay.
So they do something like that. In fact, they've got for the farmland now. They will dig up. What they do is they dig up the farmland, about 2 or 3 feet of your land, and then they put these grates underneath your farmland, and then you basically just put the dirt back over the grates. So instead of flooding, what this does is it creates a layer in the ground. As the rainwater seeps through, it just rapidly gets that. It allows the water to get out of there, so it doesn't saturate the ground.
That's pretty neat.
There's like farm tiles and stuff they do. There's a lot of new stuff that's just basically high-tech versions of old stuff that that they're doing to like stop some, like, you know, like the ground erosion, water erosion, and stuff.
Yeah, we recently had to. Well, it was this summer that we tore up our lawn because the landlord's like, you got to get it green. And so we rototilled it, basically nuked it back to orbit, started all over again. And you're talking about erosion. It was pretty neat because from somewhere I heard and learned and then put into practice, we got clover to go in with the grass. And it creates a symbiotic relationship. And it's funny because
if you're not part of a homeowners association, and it doesn't have to be like a specific breed of grass, a little bit of like adding a second thing in there is fine. You usually don't want to weed like a dandelion or those things, because they'll take over, and they're really bad. Like, they get in and destroy the root system, so it's hard to, like, if you let them saturate, they're basically like an invasive. I mean, they are invasive species. They kill off everything else because they jack up the root system.
Gotcha.
Which is why, like, twice, like, I don't do a big yard treatment, but I'll get a big jug of stuff and just spot spray dandelions, because it's hard if they get in and damage the grass. It's hard to get those spots to come back until all the roots die out.
Yeah, our biggest problem here year-round is goat heads. And we're told that if we keep a green lawn and hydrate it, then the goat heads will not come around. And I'm very suspicious about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you summed that up. Linsku and Rolly think that I've forgotten about them, but it's simply not true.
If you have a green hydrated lawn and the seeds blow in, they're just going to find a healthy environment to get into. And you're always going to have like cracks in the driveway, you know, that the edge along the thing where they're going to be able to get in. And once they see the problem is that a lot of people are dumb. So like, you know, everyone freaks out about all the chemicals and stuff. And the problem is it's like the vaping thing. There's people who are just dumb. If like we work with a pig farmer, they put, you know, like those cups, like you know, for measuring sugar.
Mm-hmm.
They put the entire year around. They put 2 of those like the super concentrate for the food they grow for their pigs. The entire year they put 2 of those. 2 of those on those fields. The entire year. They do 2 treatments. Because they follow the directions. And they read. And they don't waste money. And they know what they're doing because they're not idiots. He says his neighbor doesn't read the directions and just pours a random amount in their thing. And he'll waste a ton of money buying this expensive ass stuff because he's one of those old farmers like, I'll just eyeball it. Like, it's a difference between 2 kinds of people. Like me, I don't waste my money on all these super expensive lawn treatments because I know what I need to do for my lawn. I need to keep it mowed, and I need to target the dandelions because I have a problem with dandelions. That's all I got to do. I don't need to, like, put something on my lawn every 2 weeks. My yard is green, requires very little watering. I get a decent amount of shade, so the sun doesn't require a lot of extra, you know, it doesn't dry out as much as some of my neighbors does.
That's my biggest problem is one of our neighbors said to us, he's like, man, if only you could have a mature tree tomorrow. Because all the lots around us, we don't have neighbors. I mean, like literal, we have neighbors close, but if
you're kind of on a corner, aren't you?
We're on a corner, and then if you look at the 2 parcels on that corner, we have no neighbor to our left or our right, and so we just kind of have inherited this wasteland. And so luckily for now, we only have to keep the front yard for presentation's sake green. But it's funny because I don't water. I hate watering. Lawns are bullshit to me, but I have to play this game with the guy, and I don't want to get into a fight with him. So we did the thing, and oddly enough, without trying, when this winter, as winter came along and people weren't required to water anymore, our lawn held water better, even though I wasn't watering anymore because of all the clover. So
the other thing too is when you water is very important. Do not water during the day. You can actually
blanch your stuff.
Yes. Yeah. You should water. In fact, to be honest, if you're up till like 4 or 5 in the morning before the sun comes out, if you want to that's where you should splash a little water on your lawn.
Yeah, I made a special PVC boom that goes underneath the trailers so that I can turn the water on in the front from the back because that's where all the water comes from. But yeah, I'm stuck being the water guy.
Or even in the evening too, like if it's the time of year where it's dewy in the morning and your grass isn't going to dry out during the day, you can also water at evening time. You just don't want to water when it's hot, the sun's directly on it, and all that other stuff.
Okay.
Because then the other thing too, it's just going to evaporate right off. It's not going to have time for it to saturate into the soil. I mean, plants are slow. They do things at their own pace.
I like that.
They need time.
Plants are slow.
I know. Now I just want to see one of those children at play signs with just a tree and a ball.
Yeah, Shouty did say give her a bandana earlier. I'm just trying to dress this girl up a little bit better, but yeah, keep havering. And our
Maybe
2
even
viewers.
Just like a little, like if you make her more fantasy, maybe like a little, like one of those miner things, so that she can hunt mushrooms in the early morning. But instead of a flashlight, it's like a little tiny lantern with a candle.
Yeah, that's fun.
Because who knows what kind of magical mushroom she's gotta hunt for.
So that's cool. In contrast, too, I think that I'll show her pack full of like a bunch of like normal stuff, normal old mushrooms, but then she's holding up like the one cool mushroom she found today.
Or even if she's got, like I said, a little helper. What if she had like a little, like maybe it's not like Toad from Mario, but something like Toad from Mario, dragging a little wagon full of mushrooms behind.
I dig
It
it.
just kind of pokes it with her mage stick to kind of get it to trundle the direction she wants.
Trundle, that's a fucking great word, buddy. Yeah, we be trundling, I tell you what.
As I get older, I find that the problem with most people have is that they don't read the directions. Like, that is universally why things suck for so many people.
Did you read? Well, no. Well, there's your problem. Read the directions. Why would I do that?
And the other thing I've learned too, like with just like, I mean, not just your story, but I heard a lot of other stories. I will never settle for a gentleman's handshake. We're getting that shit notarized and
Oh yeah, no, I didn't settle for a gentleman's handshake. I had a contract with the dude because I don't fuck around. Just like this other dude who's about to, or he's threatening to sue us. We straight up said, "Do it, do it." I think that, and then he tried to friend my my business partner on Facebook, even though he has no dealings with him, because I think that he didn't understand that I straight up said to his face, "Come at me, bro. Like, I'm not intimidated." It's just
if it's in writing, you're not gonna win.
yeah, the fuckiest thing is it's just that it steals your peace when someone does this to you. That's the real cost of protecting yourself and doing with all this. This is why you have lawyers. This is if you have the money. I mean, I don't have the money. And I'm not intimidated about defending myself either. It's just highly inconvenient.
I'm gonna send you a picture real quick.
I told you twice, Linsku, that I have not forgotten you, but it seems like it might be you who have forgotten me.
That's one of those when I was telling you about Commander and one of the special planeswalkers. That's one of the special planeswalkers that can be a commander. Also, I just really like the idea of a child planeswalker who hangs out in the swamp with
Did you get to play The Witcher much?
mostly 3.
Yeah, me too, as
one,
well.
I couldn't get through the crappy gameplay, even though the story was great. 2, I was playing other stuff at the time, and I kind of forgot that it existed.
Yeah.
But I really got in.
I got into 3 in a good way because, yeah, I mean, it's Grand Theft Auto on a horse in a lot of ways, so that's fucking awesome.
I've heard rumors that there might be a full version of the Fishmonger's Daughter song that they produce at one point, and I need that in my... So that guy, you know that Henry Cavill is he's a big PC gamer, right?
No, I had no idea.
He is a big PC gamer. He was late to a Superman thing because he was his WoW raid ran too long. There's an interview where they ask him Xbox or Xbox or PlayStation, because I know he said he loved playing like games and stuff, and he got this quasi look of disgust and said PC.
Hell yeah.
And then in an interview, he talked about playing the Total War games I'm playing. I think he even mentioned the Warhammer one. And so there's been a lot of memes where people were like Qui-Gon's dying and he says he's the chosen one. And then it shows him going like, it says like the picture is The guy asking Xbox or PC. It's like a storyboard. It's like the picture of the guy saying Xbox or PlayStation. It's the look of disgust. PC, and then it goes to Qui-Gon's like face. He is the chosen one. Because he's admitted that he has struggled with being an introvert at times, and like that's kind of like why he's done acting, was to kind of get out of.
Yeah, it's actually really common because here you have these people who, yeah, they're part of the bread and circus that you and I are fed, but we forget that they are blank and constantly being told to reinvent their ego all the time. For money, yeah, but it can wear on your psyche. Who the hell are you at the end of the day?
He also started doing a lot of his own stunts because he kind of partially joked that Tom Cruise shamed him into doing.
Have you watched any BoJack Horseman at all?
A little bit here and there. Again, with having my daughter, BoJack's not really a show I can have on in the background.
Yeah, I haven't watched it any either, but a lot of cinematographers and writers that I follow talk about it because it deals with those, themes of identity. So like, yeah, I'm a failed child actor.
I've seen some of the clips where like just how impossible it is for him to have like stable relationship with women.
Yeah.
All the comments it makes about how horrible that is for them. Especially because, let's be honest, a fuck ton of them were molested as kids.
It's true.
I mean, just look at how jacked up the Coreys were.
It's funny because I'm going to do... because of the way that size works in this game, some characters are actually going to come together as two characters. And so I was going to do literal frog brothers, like vampire hunting frogs.
As it should be.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
You should have in the background some little...
So say we
all. You should give him an enemy that just looks like a sexy vampire, just with big...
Yeah, the way I have these cards planned...
in fact, the vampire should be 90% 80s hair.
Yeah, I was going to say. The way I have these cards planned, there's actually no reason why quote, bad guys can't have their own cards, so...
The frog vampire hunters have to fight the mosquito with bad 80s hair.
Been in a cave for 40 days. See? I still believe it.
Wasn't Idaho trying to legalize medicinal?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, I mean, there's petitions. In fact, I got to meet recently. One of the reasons why I'm less apologetic about my stance on things now is I have met one of the gals whose life was ruined by the state of Idaho. She fled to Oregon, and our company has done some logo design and some packaging for legal marijuana products now, and going, you know what, we as business owners have grown the hell up. It's time for you to also. So we're not, even though we're an Idaho company, we don't make no bones about that.
I'm pro legalization because in my mind I feel that, some things I don't think should be legalized.
Go ahead and get closer to your mic.
Yeah. I said meth. Like, meth is one of the ones I'm not, like there are some drugs I can understand why, and there are some of the ones we do, like the stuff Joe Rogan loves. Like, if that was
like
prepared
DMT.
under strict guidelines, strict safety guidelines, with proper dosing instructions,
Mm-hmm.
and people just want to sit in their basement,
Again,
that's fine.
Read the instructions.
Yeah, read the instructions. But it really needs to be under that mindset of, is like, as long as you're doing it to yourself.
Well, one of the things that fascinates me.
You shouldn't be at
Right.
Starbucks doing coke or anything like that. It needs to be in a proper. Everything has a time and a place, and I'm fine with that as long as people, if we do it, it's in the time and the place, and people aren't douches about it.
Yep.
And that's really the problem. Is that I think a lot of people are just afraid that the douchebags are going to ruin it for everyone else, and that's really what it is.
I think that they're finding, thankfully, especially when it comes to this substance, they're not?
I would say one of the reasons my wife is not pro is that she just hates potheads.
Yeah, and in fact, that's the thing.
We've lived by a lot of douchey ones, and they've pretty much ruined it. Like, she just, and now I don't really care as much, but it does, like, but again too, we were living in an apartment complex. Like, now that we live in a house, it's not an issue.
Right.
But like, our neighbors would smoke out on the porch, and we couldn't enjoy our porch. Because they literally would just blaze up all day long. Or they'd hotbox the garage. They'd literally hotbox the garage in wintertime. There'd be like 6 guys out there smoking. They wouldn't open a door, and then they'd literally just let all the smoke sit in the garage.
Yeah, that's not happy.
No. And so it's stuff like that. Like, people have those experiences. I've noticed that there are some people, they're like drunks.
Well, yeah, this isn't the stance. This is the stance that I've taken on it. Well, unfortunately, marijuana is just going to make you more of who you are. So if you were a piece of shit, loser, asshole before, you're going to be more of that.
That's what I was going to say about they're like drunks. If you are a happy drunk and you're a fairly polite drunk, if you're on pot, you're probably going to be the exact same way. If you're an obnoxious turd, you're probably going to be the same way, but that's not bad. If you're just an asshole, you're going to be an asshole either way. You're an asshole if you're not drunk or high. You're a bigger asshole when you're drunk or high. You're just an asshole.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm of the mindset some stuff is just bad. We should never make, stuff like where they're basically just like...
It's what I was saying.
Take some bath salts and some bleach, mix it in a bathtub, brew it in a toilet. That doesn't need to be... But like the stuff that's like, we know what it does...
Well, have you heard anything about how, like, Uruguay and Venezuela have gone after their drug policies? I think those are smart. Basically...
How'd they do it? I know that, I know in some of the countries where they legalized it, you see an initial boom, and then people just are like, eh.
Yeah, so basically in Uruguay, everything across the board is not necessarily legal, it's just not illegal. That is, we're not going to go out of our way to prosecute you for doing this. And then in saving all that money by not going after those people, they have put that money into social programs where they've said, basically we all agree that you're kind of a loser if you do this. Come get help instead. And so there's more opportunities to get clean because they're showing a lot of like long-term drug use. The kind that you're seeing with meth heads and all that we don't like is really just people who don't have a social outlet. So it's like, I got nothing else to do, I'm turning to drugs.
Or they can't, and then once they get on, there's no support for them to get off.
Yep, or they fucked up their life in some other way. So
there are some, like, we know, like, there are some, like, someone was saying, I was watching Joe Rogan, and someone was saying that, like, there are a handful of drugs, they're bad for you.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons they're so bad for you is because they're not pure. If you had strict FDA standards, you get what I'm like with meat, you can't just put random ass meat. If the government said we're gonna legalize this, we're gonna make sure that you guys are following the rules, we're gonna do random tests to make sure that you guarantee that your product is safe in air quotes, fine. And then you can basically say that we're gonna use some of the revenue generated from this to give people with lifelong addictions the help they need.
Yeah.
Sell clean product to get people off the dirty product.
Because the president of Uruguay, by doing that, the other thing that he did, you gut the prison industrial complex. Because by making that for profit, you say, okay, well then how do we make money, boss? Well, we got to make criminals to make money. Okay, then we got to make more shit illegal. And Uruguay's like, no, let's make it. We're not legalizing a lot of this. We're just not illegalizing it.
See, and our prisons used to be run way different. We used to, back before we started like making it mandatory to get like liberal arts college degrees to do any kind of trade work. You need a 4-year degree, and we're gonna, to be a plumber now. Like, we used to be able to take guys who made a mistake as a teenager. We could send them to we could put them in jail. They'd learn some trade skills.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
They could make money. So when they got out of prison, they'd weren't stuck in a halfway house
Yeah.
with no job opportunities.
Actually have
Yes.
been reformed in some way.
Yes. Like there was a documentary, like you could if you were good in prison, you could get work details, you could earn privileges, and you can earn commissary items that basically part of the reformation process was basically forcing them in a prison environment to be a productive member of that society.
Yeah.
And you reap the rewards. And then business got involved in prisons. And now it's, like you said, and the shitty thing is, though, is it sucks because a lot of people in prison, we don't want them out of prison. But there's a lot of people in prison who shouldn't be in prison for 20 years. There's a lot of people who probably don't need to be there for just possessing 1 ounce too much weed.
Exactly.
But no, we'll let the child molester out in 2.5 months. Or the rapist only has to spend 3 months in prison because we don't want to ruin his sports career.
Pretty much. 1, 2, 3, 4, clap your hands. Well, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and I'm still okay with that. That isn't to say that I gotta stop. I'm just saying that's what we're doing with our life. Here in a minute, I'm gonna work on this character some more. Maybe even give him some adjectives. It's coming together slowly.
So what do you do? Like, is this just you? You just record what you're doing,
Pretty
hanging
much.
out, just for posterity's sake, and so you can remember what you did the night.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. That is some of it. It's mostly me recording. Posterity is part of it. Yeah, being able to look back on it. Doing it. I started it because I wanted to be able to, from a place of wisdom, whatever they're.
Is that eighth graders art you were looking at?
What?
Just like I'm looking at the thing, and you were in another screen previously with some witches or something.
Oh, here? Yeah, it was just uploaded by Linsku. That is
Okay.
to say, I asked him to go through my pinboard and find things that spoke to him specifically. So yeah, I guess what we should do, since I've done a lot of lobby planning with this girl, first of all, I was trying to, as that song ended, cull some of my tabs. He said as he made more tabs. Oh, damn it, these are hot. Oh, hey, there's something. I know you got a daughter and all, but the new Harley Quinn cartoon is quite nice. It's delightfully adult. Doesn't take itself too serious.
Yeah, I saw some stuff that looked kind of amusing, some little clips, like, oh, you should watch.
Looking at art, reviewing other people's art. Yeah. Trying to see how they do. Trying to see how I can get inspired. I think it's time we clean this chick up at least so that we've got a decent sketch to end the night with. Just looking for a little more costume design. Gonna keep that paper doll of hers so that when it's time to draw another character with her same proportions. Most of the kid kind of characters are going to have her height at least.
That little purple pouch, do you think maybe make that like more like a tool belt? Maybe have like a couple of little like gardening tools in it so she can dig out her mushrooms? Just to give her some more stuff.
Yeah, totally. I do want to consider more stuff.
Like just the little things that you would have out doing a task, all the little things you need to complete your task. You know, I know Bree works at a school. What does she actually do at the school? I don't actually know what she does.
Yeah,
I know
so
she does things with kids.
Yeah, she started because it was made clear to her that she could get a job as a sub. So she did that for some years basically became well known as a full-time sub. Well, they said during her orientation for being a sub for the school district that if you're willing to work with the kids with special needs, you'll probably always have a sub position because they call you every morning. And so she said, fine, I am. And turns out she's good at it and patient, and it's been good for both of us, all the things we've learned about mental health in general. She's always wanted to be a teacher, but in all the ways that the world is shitty, she can't be a, quote, real teacher. So, yeah, that's what she does now. And she likes it. Luckily, the school's only 4 miles from the house.
She worked in the school district and she wasn't the actual teacher in air quotes. She was but she had a full-time job working in the room, with the kids.
Yeah. Classified versus certified employees.
And then you and Hensel still do I know it's not the right way to term it, but your side hustle.
That's kind of, well, yeah. I mean,
for him it is, right?
Yeah. For me, health gets in the way a lot. In fact, to be honest, I'm running these art cards through there. That's why it's the Geeks Worldwide Artisanal Co-op, because the way we structure our business, the business, if we make $1, the business gets 20% of it. And then if it was primarily my job, after the business has 20%, we look at what's left over, that 80%. And if it was my job, I get 90% of that 80, and Hensel still gets 10%. It's a nice socialism between friends. Unfortunately, my health and my life priorities, my nihilism and mortality they get in the way of me being able to put up with clients. I'm seeing that. So putting me in a place like for our job, to build value for our job, one of the things that I'm doing now is studying a new way that we can structure our website. And I want to be making more videos, and even though it's not client work, I'm trying to come up with a better way for us to do our business.
Is he more of the face man than you are? Is that more of his forte?
Not at all.
Putting up with...
No.
So basically you're two grumpy assholes who can't deal with people.
Yeah, in fact, I am more of the socialite. I'm happy to deal with the people.
People's bullshit.
Yeah, it's actually just my ailments making it to where I can't deal with people. Yeah. But I would rather be the one who did. That is to say, making the initial connection, all that. And so part of it is the kind of the verbiage that, you have to be deliberate about what you attract. And as hippie bullshit as it sounds, the big boy version of that is writing into your actual website who your ideal client is, etc., etc. And so what workflows do you have to filter in or out potential customers? How do we, since we've seen enough bullshit, help others deal with that bullshit? This is why
don't you want? I mean, from what I read, don't you want to help like smaller guys out who need maybe something more than just something cobbled together on, was it Foursquare, but
like
you
Fiverr,
don't need to
yeah.
go to some big douchey impersonal firm where you guys can kind of gear something for somebody at a local level, where they can grow their business into something sustained, maybe more than just to grow their business, right? You don't want the guys who are going to push you to make deadlines. It's more about deadline than quality.
Yeah, I mean, the major reason why I went into business for myself is that I worked for a dude who would drop briefs on my desk and say, do this. And I didn't know really who I was doing it for. I couldn't be sure I was doing it for the right reasons because I wasn't in on the initial meeting. It's like, what? What is this? And so, one of the skills that I've built up throughout the years is knowing the right questions to ask and knowing what other questions that leads to, etc., etc. The ideal client would be the ideal client is probably a medium-sized business that has had some level of success, but doesn't quite know what to do now. And it's like, well, what have you tried? Let's look at that. Branding. So we can do logos for people, but it's better if we do branding for people because that's more targeted. Like I can make a logo for you as like designing tattoos. It's like I'll design a tattoo for you for $500. If you want me to make a brand, that starts at $2,000. But I want you to have the money to do it because I want to. It's not just because I want your money. I want you to have the money so that I know that you can pay me to do the work right. So essentially, yeah, and with a lot of our clients, it's like, well, it comes down to what do you want us to, you want us to teach it to you, you want us to do it for you, you want us to do it to you. There's a lot of different options. People are like, oh, you just make websites. It's like, well, no, this is why we made an agency and why we are consultants first. We just happen to know that some of the time, most of the time, you're going to need us to make a website as a result of what you actually need. It's not always part of the prescription, though.
Do you guys ever have to go in and clean up someone else's mess? Like, do you basically, do ever people call you to ask you guys to come in and fix something that, like, they tried to do themselves and just shit the bed?
A lot of times. Or the most common thing is someone hired another company to do what we do, and that company took all their money and didn't do anything or did very little. And so at the end of the day, while we have more heart and actually want to help and are going to do most of the time what we set out to do, they have less budget now because we had one lady who she'd been screwed over 3 times like that. Luckily, she still wanted to work with anyone at all, but it's like, no, you already blew your budget on the shysters. You should have come to us first, but you didn't know that. So I really want to soon get enough money to get a professional webcam and start putting together quality videos with my face on them where I'm talking to the camera saying, here are the things we've learned about business over the years. Here are the things you need to do. Making it more transparent and more...
I mean, I hear feet videos make a lot of money on the internet.
Ooh, baby. I was looking at my toes tonight, thinking the same weird thing. I'm not even into my own feet. That might have done it, right? That's funny.
Does your brother still work at the lottery place?
Yeah, that's the best way to think about it.
I mean, how else would you think about it? Does he work?
Well, yeah. His company is a third-party thing that is hired to manage the lottery for the state of Idaho. This is cool. I like this style. That can move to the front of the line. That's cute. So yeah, here in a minute, I guess I'm going to just have to play with line weight and see what I can get away with. But Shouty is totally right about giving her some smaller items. Rations, that's fun. She should have something on her other than mushrooms to eat.
Yeah, but like I was saying, that little side pouch, you could
Definitely.
add little things like maybe something that looks like a granola bar next to like one of those little stabby things that you get into the ground to get out roots and stuff. Like give that little piece of apparel a little bit of action to go with.
What are you talking about? Piece of oh yeah, utility you mean? Oh, it's gonna do this thing. Alright, this song comes on, and every time this song comes on, it makes me want to look at how long we've been doing this. 5-hour long video. Is YouTube going to take it all? YouTube doesn't like that my resolution is dumb because I have an unconventional monitor size. But yeah, we have been, as we have been, into the night. Not leaving yet. I do want to get this inked. Having some problems with my taskbar getting in the way of the buttons I gotta push, so we're doing things manually here for this layer. Inkcom does ink. Oh yeah, that's a good way to look at it. We are gonna try and go with the number 3 pin, which is smaller than we did for our backgrounds.
Oh, I am loving going through U.S. Bank's Facebook page right now. It is
what
delightful.
what's going on?
So, on Christmas Eve, I think it was Christmas Eve, a guy had just gotten a job, and he had gotten $1,000 paycheck, but the funds were on hold. And since the bank, and then so he talked to the lady the night before. She said, go to the local bank. The bank verified his employment, but because the fucking bank manager was on vacation and they were closing early, they literally told him, sorry, you're SOL. So he's dead broke Christmas Eve. Can't do crap because he has a paycheck. US Bank won't clear the funds. The lady got permit. He's broke. He's like, man, I just wish I got $20 to get home. The lady got permission from her manager, drove 30 minutes to the gas station to get this guy money to get home. She got permission. The regional supervisor came in and fired her and her supervisor, quoting safety.
Huh.
And now people are just so they interviewed the guy and he said, yeah, I had to give my kids promissory notes for Christmas because they wouldn't clear the funds. And then the lady who basically made it so he could get home, not be stranded, because for some reason, you can't have the assistant couldn't clear his funds or whatever. They fired this lady, so the comment section is just, it's beautiful. Phil, it looks like their strategy is going to be the if we ignore it, it'll go away thing, but I don't really feel that that's going to work out for them.
Do you think the corporate greed bubble will pop in our lifetime and we'll see the people actually revolt? All of the dystopian future we've been predicting for ages. Will we finally eat the rich?
See, I don't see that happening. Because all the people who have the capability to eat the rich, I think the rich will just pay a fair portion of them to put the peasants back in their place. And afterwards, it's just going to be worse.
Yeah.
I mean, do you really think
because it's like,
guys in the masks beating up trash cans in Starbucks window fronts are going to last when like someone like Bill Gates is like, hey, all you guys, decade of military training, protect me and my stuff for copious amounts of money. Your families will be fine.
Yeah.
Put the peasants back in the field. I mean, let's be realistic on what's really going to happen.
And, you got out of line? Now we have your names. Because you thought that this now was the time to stand up.
Yeah. The second these people tear the government apart and destroy the status quo, things going to get redone. And quite frankly, I think that when things get redone, it's not going to be for the...
Yeah.
Because the people wanting to tear everything down, again, are the kind of people that don't seem to want to read the direction. And it's not like we're having scientists and engineers and doctors and teachers.
Right.
No, we literally have a bunch of kids who are full of passion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against passion. Both sides of the fence. But the people who are the loudest and want to make the most change right now are the ones who believe in not reading directions and that feelings trump facts, and that just it's not going to lead to the land of promise they think it is.
Exactly. Yeah, I could just hear someone like Bill Burt saying it. It's like that ain't going to have the outcome you want it to, kids.
Like, and there's still decent, wealthy people in the world. I mean, like the CEO of Costco, he was out to make money, but he didn't screw his employees over. You've got family-run businesses that are fairly successful that, still give opportunity to their employees to get things like health insurance or, a profit share like Winco. Those people are rich. Do we just blindly throw them under the bus when they're actually doing capitalism the way capitalism should work?
What you're doing is asking, where the cutoff is, and that's true. I mean, you really should. Like, Who are we? Who are we? Yeah, who are we actually against presently? This guy, but not that guy. That one, but not this one. And why?
Like, you just don't get this, I'm mad, let's just shit on everyone mentality.
Have you experienced a lot of that?
No, but my dad likes Trump. He doesn't like just because he likes it. He's not a politician, and
he's in there. He's in there upsetting the status quo.
Yeah, it's along that a lot of it is that, and you know
in this
no
time
one in my family likes politicians. It's just that my dad likes Trump because it's different.
Because he's a top level troll at the very least.
And he admits that Trump says a lot of stupid stuff. But the big thing is like, if my dad had a Trump hat or a Trump shirt, we had this conversation. There are places in this country he won't wear it. He's afraid to wear it if he's got his grandkids, because he legitimately thinks that the anti-Trumpers, in their rage, would accidentally, and they would justify it. Listen to some of them when they interview him. They would justify, and it's the same thing with like the big pro-Trumpers. In their rage, in their emotion, they don't care about collateral damage. They don't.
Oh no,
and
for sure.
Justify it.
This boogaloo.
And that's like, I mean, I don't think it happens nearly as much as like both sides want to make it out. I don't think America's getting more racist, honestly. I think that Trump is like a needle and America's racism is like a zit, and someone just stabbed the zit and it's oozing out, but I don't think it just magically got more racist over the course of 3 years. I just think that people are emboldened to It's like
where there's more autism in the world. I don't think that people got magically more racist. I think we just got better at seeing and smelling what the fuck it actually is.
That's what's funny about people who say, well, why didn't we have cancer and diseases like that? It's like, have you... I mean, first off, the reason you don't know is because you're not an anthropologist or a doctor. So you're not actually paying attention to the subject matter. Because we found mass graves where you look at the bones and the bones have evidence of cancerous growths. You read a story. Do you really think that when we have those documents from like the 12th century where they had a hospital full of possessed people, what do you think they were? Do you think they were possessed by demons? I mean, if you do, you probably also believe the earth is flat and God put a snow globe over us. But those people were probably all people with mental health, autism, the spectrum, the various forms of it on the spectrum. It wasn't that the witch cursed them. They didn't stare a billy goat in the eye and get vexed by the fairy queen. No, we just, we were dumb back in the day.
Well, and that's the other thing. We're not too much smarter now, collectively.
We're still pretty dumb. We just figured out why. We figured out why a bunch of stuff happens. We just don't really know what to do with it other than spin the wheels on the...
Hey, look what we made it do. Is it supposed to? We don't know. But ain't it fun?
I mean, let's be honest. Mankind, for the longest time, every time we do something right, there's always going to be a half a dozen guys in the background dropping their pants and yelling pudding at the top of their lungs.
Pudding!
And it's funny too, like all these people are like, oh, we're gonna do like, I gotta be honest, there's not a single, I don't think any of the economic or political systems that we've developed are gonna take us into the future. We've got they're all based on, everything is based off of crap that happened in the past. We've gotta change our thinking if we want to kind of, make an actual real change.
I fully agree. Yeah, you got to have a new system if you want something new. Otherwise, you're just incrementing on the shitty old thing, and sometimes it's just time to stop incrementing on the shitty old thing.
I mean, no matter how many fixins you put on an ass sandwich, it's still gonna be an ass sandwich.
All right, she's getting a bit of an outline. This is where I get to go from blobby to not. She's starting to clean up and look a hell of a lot better. What do you think, Linsku? And in addition to that, I need to start. So she's going to need some clever stunts. I'll need to think those out. I'm going to move her mouth up just a tad. Luckily, we can do that by doing that. I'm going to move her nose up just a tad. Linsku, I like what you tried to say. I'm just not quite understanding it. She looks like the person that goes put. What do you mean goes put? Oh, goes out. Yeah, goes out and gets natural things. Yeah, she's an herbalist chick. That's a good way to look at that. Well, folks, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I need some caffeine. Probably need to eat. I'm staring at her pose. I like her design overall, but I'm staring at her pose and I need to make it a hell of a lot more dynamic. Probably going to have her, because she is a quick character, jumping over a log or something, you know, showing her being quick, because it's not just enough to say she's quick. I mean, show her doing the thing that she is good at, right? Show her jumping over a log while also grabbing a mushroom. I don't know.
Are you just doing character cards and location?
I plan to do some pretty cool item cards, but luckily, all the stuff that I'm doing for this, the character cards are going to be a hell of a lot more complex, so. No, I would like to have a pack. So ideally, I'd do 4 characters. Hell, even 4 locations, 4 items. Because that's just 3 sheets of paper. Real easy to, because these cards are big. They're not playing card size. They're postcard size. So, Shaddy, when are you going to have a time to hang out again like this? Same time next week-ish?
Sun. Like, how many nights are you awake into the wee hours? Are you a night owl?
Yeah. I stream every Thursday going into Friday when I can, especially when the dudes in Finland are kind of begging me to. But being awake and in general just hanging out is something that I can do most nights.
Yeah, I mean, I will have Sunday night off. So, I mean, I'm just going to sit in my computer. I'll just fudge around the basement. I might try and organize the mess that is my Magic collection right now, but like I have a lot of free time on the nights off. Can't really go upstairs because I gotta.
What's that about going upstairs?
Because I have to be quiet.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm liking this art style overall, so I don't feel bad about the time that I put into this. I don't feel like the character is a waste. Metabolically, I probably am just tired and need to eat because I'm feeling poopy and grumpy. I know that making these cards is going to be something that the characters are going to take me longer because I'm not as good at characters. They take a little more imagination. You also have to work a little harder to get them right because people empathize with characters more. So you want to get them right on the first pass. The environments I'm really good at, so those will go quicker and are a little easier for me. I do have 4 kids, each one based off of a real kid I know, planned for this first set. Starting with Caddy is good because it forces me to, again, adopt a lot of conventions for things like the normal size. How are they going to fit on a card? Where are they positioned? Presently, you'll see that I've got her left of, or right of these hearts. I'm probably going to have more information on the card somewhere, somehow. But yeah, I'm liking it. It's not a waste of the 5 hours that we spend together. It's enough to show the grams. What do you think overall, Lensku? What do you think of this character before I let you go for the night, Lensku? And I guess, is Rolly still around? Guess not. Oh yeah, Linsku. Once I get this formula down, I intend to make custom commissioned cards for people. No problem. All right, folks. This has been Into the Night with Incomitatum, episode 47. We're making a rainbow connection tonight, connecting to each other, connecting to this weird world of Sojourn, connecting to Linsku and our friends in Finland. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I hope to show you more progress as I make it. You need to find me over on the Instagrams. Find me over on the Gumroads. Get some of my cards. Hit me up in the DMs and I've got a promo code for you. Alright. Well, this has been a pretty productive 5-hour long session and our first time purposefully going to YouTube. I think we're going to try and stay here from meow on. From meow on. Everybody go watch Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beasts on Netflix. In the meantime, breathe well and drink water.